clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard, and the people do they wanna back down. I smack clown, make the whole club black out, mad style. Do it big, rapping, make the whole club black out when they wanna back down. I smack clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard, and the people do they back down. I smack clowns, smack back down. I smack clowns, make the whole club black out. Let's go.
My lovers like it ain't no thing.
Make the whole club black out.
My lovers like it ain't no thing.
Back down, I smack clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard, and the people do it back down. I smack clowns, back down. I smack clowns. The whole club black out. Let's go. Smack clowns and make the whole club black out with mad style. Do it big, rapping hard, and back down. Smack clowns, back down. Smack clowns, make the whole club black out.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring war spawn, ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this, open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand, every time the clock ticks.
All right, there you go.
Okay, now you should be able to, everyone should be able to hear me now. Just give it a couple of moments. I just want to see if on the other screen it comes in through the audio. Okay, now. Perfect. One of these days we will get the audio correct. Cheers to Hydration Squad and hair that really needs hydration. So, I'm going to stand up and tilt the camera up a bit so you can see my crazy hair. I'm going to tilt this all the way up. There we go. So, Hello, everyone out there on the interwebs. It feels so long since we've done an episode of Master of Unlocking, but welcome to the Master of Unlocking. Let's get some things out of the way first. First of all, I'm known as Sidepocket on the interwebs, as you can see all 8 of my chins. I am one of the 2 co-founders. God, my glasses are all smudgy. Jeez. It's like I have literally like a giant black hole in front of my eye here. Because I tried to get as ready as I could, because you're going to see when we tilt down, we have a full desk, full workspace tonight here, like very little rooms. This is going to be fascinating, but people know me on the interwebs as Sidepocket. I'm one of the 2 co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 is a computer hacker group maker collective thing that's a subset of DEFCON groups. You can find about DEFCON groups at defcongroups.org. And we normally meet, which we did 2 days ago on Friday, the 3rd Friday of every month, physically, but because, there's certain things like, I don't know, a giant plague going around killing people, including apparently not only a second wave, but also a new strain of COVID that actually might be immune to the current immunity. Thank you, UK. You are the best. Or is it this? You're the best, UK. It's this. So that's a whole thing, and as well as just other calamities. We've been broadcasting not only of our meetings, but doing certain specialty shows. This is the specialty show that used to be every other Sunday, but is now the 1st and 3rd Sundays of the month, called Master of Unlocking. What is Master of Unlocking? Well, I am a member of TOOOL, that's the Open Organization of Lockpicks. Disclaimer, I am not only is this not sponsored by TOOOL or advocated by TOOOL in every way, this is just me missing being able to teach locks at the TOOOL meetings, and especially at the DEFCON 201 meetings, and wanting to not get bored and leave all of my equipment out, all collecting dust and rusting. So I get to share all this knowledge with you. But I'm also not considered, they do have a rank of Master on TOOOL. I am not that rank at TOOOL. The show name, Master of Unlocking, is, let's see if I can Vanna White this. There we go. The Master of Unlocking right here. So this is my space. I'm like a mime trapped in. Is because, as you saw with the opening, big gamer, huge Resident Evil fan, thought it'd be a fun name for a show. So while I do know a bunch of things about locks and how they work and various exploits and techniques to open them, just note that I am also learning along with a lot of you folks. And in fact, doing tonight's episode, I learned way more than I thought I could. I'm trying to see if I can balance this out with like a bottle cap or something. I learned way more than I could possibly ever want about. Why is this? Okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. About tonight's subject. So originally this was supposed to happen earlier in the month. I'm saving what I was gonna do originally today for the next episode. That should be super fun and very relaxed. But this is an episode I've been putting together for literally 2 months now. I ordered all of this equipment, and as you probably know from both voting and trying to get Christmas presents, the entire U.S. Postal Service is screwed. Meaning, even if you order stuff from, even if you order stuff from America, you might as well be ordering from China, because that's how slow. Basically, Donald Trump, after years and years of Republicans and conservatives complaining about the war on Christmas, the R that's currently in office, Donald Trump, has ruined Christmas for everyone thanks to the United States Postal Service. So, again, screw you. So, I finally got all the equipment in, and what we're going to be looking at is a whole... This is not going to be all of them, by the way. Not only would it be too expensive to do every single one of these, but it would also require me more time and money and being patient for the United States Postal Service, which I have very little of at this point. By the way, I just want to clarify also, not to like the workers delivering stuff. I mean the people in charge, like the United States Postmaster General, whatever the heck his name is. It's like DeJoy. I think he just ruined all joy for lockpickers and just anyone who has any holiday spirit of any religion this winter solstice, or non-religion this winter solstice. He just ruined everything and didn't get what he wanted either, but that's besides the point. But we're going to go through a crap ton of what are known as bypasses. We're going to discuss what is a bypass, what makes it different from lock picking, aka single pin picking and raking and those sort of things, as well as look at specific techniques, how they work, and also why we just don't use bypasses all the time, which means where these techniques don't work, because that's actually something I learned more of studying and practicing for this to teach myself as well as teach you all than I could ever care for. But before we get into anything, first of all, let me just because I brought up single pin picking, I'm at least going to grab these two items and add them to the table. And somewhere around here, I had my pick case that, here it is. And I'm going to add one more thing. So sorry, I kind of turned invisible temporary, but don't worry, I will be there extremely shortly here. I just want to add two more tools onto the table. There we go. Oh, actually one more that I'm missing, because that's going to be important, because I'm going to try to do actually, all right, I'm taking out my normal set here. Here's what I do. I get prepared for episodes like these, and then it's just, you know, what is an episode? Did I pick the right? Okay, I did. All right, perfect. Okay, so before we do the camera tilt down and see everything, I want to go over two things. Like I said, this is not sponsored by Tool or any lockpick company or any lock manufacturers. I mean, I get to be really honest with you, but there's a two-rule system that the Open Organization of Lockpickers, if you want to look them up, you can look up tool.us. That is TOOOL. That's the word tool with 3 O's in it. .us, so you can go see that there. But they have two amazing rules that they always start all of their lessons with, and I think these are just good universal rules if you want to understand lockpicking and lock mechanics. Wow, we have a bunch of people in the room. Hi, everyone out there in chat. But quickly, the two rules. So the first rule, and everyone can like eat a snack right now who's been through this, but I have to go through this for everyone who's new. Two rules. One is do not pick locks that you rely on. After you see any of the stuff here today and you're just like, hey, I want to try all this stuff. I have all these tools and everything. Hi, Disseldelmona. You are always here and it's amazing. Thank you. You know, and you're like, oh, I have like this lock on my gym or my shed, or like I want to pick. I had so many people say, hey, I want to try picking the lock on my front door. No, you rely on that. When you pick locks, not only do you have the chance of like breaking your tools, you also have the chance of breaking that lock, and then it becomes disservice, and you're gonna have to spend money getting a new lock for your front door or your window or your gym or whatever, or your box of dildos or whatever. And then the second thing is, every time you pick a lock, you wear it down, and it's more susceptible to not only picking techniques, but it just starts falling apart over time, and it's just easier to get into. So all the locks that you see here are literally designed to teach not only myself, but specifically, especially next year with new equipment I'm planning on getting, to teach everyone out there different lock techniques. I don't use these to cure anything. They're just here to be just literally picked apart and to learn. The second thing is do not pick locks that you don't own. After this segment or any of the past episodes, you walk around and you're like, hey, I just going to grab one. Hey, I saw that lock on his show. It's on this business here. I'm just going to use my... No, because first of all, there's a reason why they put that lock on there. No matter how trivial or stupid it is, there's a reason why they did that. If you hear crazy sounds, that is the co-founder of G.I. Jack cooking, and he's extremely loud with everything. Including that. That is not a bomb. That is the oven, which might turn into a bomb depending on what he's cooking. But yeah, that one, there's a reason why they put a lock on that door or installation. And two, it's not a lock that you own. They owned it, they bought it and put it on there. And so also by being on there, you were also trespassing. So not only to save your ass, but that way you can't come back to me and said that I told you, which I didn't. I told you the opposite. Don't do it. Save yourself a ton of trouble. Do not pick at locks that you don't own. And remember, once again, do not pick locks on you rely on. I do not rely on these locks to secure anything, and all of these locks are just here to literally learn and pick apart. Okay? So we're going to tilt down. I'm going to kind of go over one little bit of spiel, and you're going to kind of absorb how much is on the table here. I just want to move this aside. And let's see if I can... the cord. What is going on with the cord? Jesus Christ. It's so fun. There we go. God, it's like a mess of cords over here. All right, there is the table. We has table. If I scooch this, there we go. Perfect. Right there. Whammo. Get to sit down, finally. So, Two quick things also before we get on to all this crazy stuff on the table here. Mass Hydration Squad. Is that one is if you like all the content that you see here, and I don't know, we have a bunch of other shows. I don't know if there's going to be a Hack Alt End Commander. I think there's planning to be, but it remains to be seen. I know that Archvile and Linux Perspective, which is our co-founder GI Jack show, will be. Oh, why is the microphone in the way? There we go. Will happen this Thursday with a really cool game and some Linux things that Arch Linux things he's going to show off, as well as what else do we have? I don't know if we announced it formally, but I will say on tonight's episode, we are going to be part of the whole New Year celebration with DEFCON, along with a bunch of other organizations and groups. It's going to be fantastic, and we're waiting until they. It's annoying. We're waiting until they list like times in Germany when they're broadcasting, but in the same way how we kind of covered Hackers on Planet Earth and DEF CON for all its week, we plan on streaming our reactions, probably primarily my reactions, to RC3, otherwise known as the Remote Chaos Computer Congress that happens in Germany every end of the year. That's supposed to happen sometime next week. Once we get the times for that, because we know the days, but the times, we will post that on there. It'll be a formal blog post, and it'll be on our website, and you'll be able to check that all out. As I posted in the chat link, we're all over the place. If you want to know more, you can go to our website there at defcon201.org. We're also all over social media. I put a link in the chat that has all of our social media. Our most popular one is our Twitter, which is defcon201nj, simply because someone already has DEFCON 201, the former group, and they ran off to Georgia. I don't know why, and we have never been able to get in contact them for the past 3 years, so who knows. But we're also all over Instagram. We're on the hostux.social instance of Mastodon and GitHub, and we have our own Onion that I'm currently working on with our co-founder G.I. Jack and all of that, so you can go check that out. The second thing, and this would make me very much appreciate this, we've been for the past month, and we're going to end this the day after New Year's Day, so on January 2nd this ends. We are raising money, as you can see with that bar up there, for a charity known as Child's Play. It's done by it's not the movie with Chucky, as much as I love those movies. It's done by the Penny Arcade people. We were at the Penny Arcade Expo, our PAX East, earlier this year in February, back when you could actually meet people face to face because they weren't licking doorknobs and rubbing their buttholes on each other, getting everyone sick and killing everyone while complaining about it. You know, America. Wow, you can really see the floor here. But where was I going with this? We're trying to raise money for them. Basically, we're trying to make everyone into Hacker Santa, where Child's Play every year, especially during the winter season, gathers money to buy toys, mainly video games, and also rehabilitative equipment, such as VR rehabilitation equipment, treadmills, crutches, ventilators, and all sorts of things, including directly donating that money to hospitals for their own needs, to help kids who have been injured or contract an illness such as COVID-19, have physical or mental disabilities, and or have suffered from domestic abuse. We feel that we want to be Hacker Santa and help a bunch of kids and make a bunch of kids beginning of 2001 better than 2020 was, because 2020 already sucked for us and everyone else. Now imagine, kids that have their legs broken and are like almost dying from COVID-19 and stuff like that. So if you want to become Hacker Santa, you don't have to have a crap ton of money. You can just donate $1 or $5. I'd love $20 or $50, but you could donate $1 or $5 to directly to Tiltify. They handle all the money. They're our official 501c3. We don't touch or see any of it. And even if we don't meet our goal, we're trying to do 300 smackaroos, and we currently have $85 to a bunch of donations this Friday. And don't worry, I'm almost done. But even if it's like at the end of this, by January 1st, it's $299. Any money that was donated goes directly to that charity. So you don't have to ever worry about us not meeting goals and then it was a waste to donate. That never happens. We also constantly are doing the incent rewards, so I hope people are getting that. It's a cool cryptocurrency. If you are on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's a little widget that you can click on that you can donate directly if you're on DLive or YouTube. By the way, hi everyone out there on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook. Also, anyone watching YouTube through Tor, which I think is a cool hack we discovered, you're welcome here as well. But if you're on those platforms, I've got you, fam. There's the link I'm going to be posting throughout the night in the chat that will go directly to the donation page. Also, again, if you like that content, you can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and also Facebook out there. If you follow us, send us bits, super chats, lemons, or, which is also cool, if you donate to the Child's Play charity, we get notifications for those. We cheer you on, especially for the Child's Play charities. We're going to go, in the end, we're going to read off the names who have donated so far. We take super privilege out there for learning. Also, if you can't hear me or you're confused by any of the topics, this is the last bit, please let me know in chat. I love talking to everyone in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So let's get down to business here. So I'm going to go over to the Bypass Village. There's multiple physical security and lock villages at DEFCON itself, the core DEFCON, to which we are a spin-off of a spin-off. We don't have any direct relations with the staff, but that's the whole DEFCON groups thing. And so shout outs to the Bypass Village that spun off from Tool right here, where you get to see all of this kind of crazy stuff. And they had some really great talks this year remotely, and they even had like virtual hands-on demonstrations. It was impressive. So while I talk over this, let me kind of explain what a bypass is. And by explaining what a bypass is, we need to learn the difference between that and just picking a lock. So for all the people previous on the show, you probably remember this one here. Don't worry, I also have the close-up cam. I just want to test it here. It's at a different angle, but there we go. So I can switch back and forth between those. But this one here, this is the clear lock where you can see everything. And we've been using, for the most part, two techniques with this type of lock. Both involve, one's called single pin picking, in which you manipulate all of the different pins inside that lock. So if we go to the close-up cam, if it focuses here, there we go, you can see that there are these little soda can pieces of metal here. Well, those are little pins. There's a row of key pins at the bottom, and they interact with the key, and then right above them, there are driver pins, which drives the whole lock mechanisms, and there's springs up here to tension. Now, I'm not going to go into the full detail here. You can go to earlier episodes, particularly episode 3, if I remember correctly, if you want to do the rundown on basic lock picking. But due to an exploit, what we can do is we can tension the lock core, which seizes up all of the pins here. I'm going to see if I can do this on the close-up cam properly. And then single pin picking is where we take a tool such as this hook, and we move every single binded pin up and down until the driver pin is stuck at the top and the key pin is loose at the bottom. And similar to the key, once all of them are properly lined up, which they're not, there we go, there's a space now between all the key pins and driver pins, which allows this core tumbler to turn. And when we turn, that manipulates the actuator, remember that name here, which disengages the shackle on this particular lock, and it opens. And that's one technique. The other technique that you probably have seen me do here a ton of is what's called raking. And there's a lot of different types of rakes. I'm going to actually challenge myself here and try to use what's called an S rake. And with this technique, you're kind of rubbing back and forth like you're brushing your teeth, so you put the same amount of tension. And what this does is this vibrates all the pins at a similar vibration level, so they wobble all into the positions that I single pin picked with, usually pretty fast if it's a weak security lock like this one is by design. And then you turn that core fully, and the shackle disengages and opens. And there's many different rakes. I mean, we have, actually, let me keep that tension wrench here. Man, that really smells like burnt soap. You know, we have like the city rake in here, which is this is more of like you wiggle it around and it imitates the key bitting. And then there's like, what do you call it here? I don't have a Bogota, or what's also known as a triple peak yet. Oh, that's what I was going to get from my kit. But I do have a double peak, which will definitely, where are you? Actually, let me grab both of these. Here you are. Which will work on this guy. See, this is kind of like a great end of the year episode because we're going over everything I've gone through so far. So it's similar to the S rake, but it just vibrates everything a certain way. I got stuck there a bit. And it opens. And then finally, you can do this with a single pin pick that is known as a half diamond, but I like to use this specialty tool that is often referred to as a stiletto, in which not only can I do the same double peak rake, but what you do is you go in, let me tension this way, you go in and you push up on all the pins and you pull out, which is called zipping, and that in about 1 or 2, maybe even 3 zips, oh, I got stuck here, 1, 2, or 3 zips, and that only took 1, it opens right up. So what makes bypassing different, let's go back to the other cam, than all those techniques? I mean, raking seems like it's bypassing because, you notice it only took like half a second in order to do this. Hi, Ghost. Cool. InfoSec students. Is there more than one Am I in like a class right now? Hi, everyone in class. Do your homework or pretend to do your homework. Or even better, write an algorithm that does your homework for you. That's the best thing you can learn. In 7th grade of high school, I actually had someone do that in my coding class. It was hilarious. And this was like before Python existed, so that was a whole thing. But what makes like all these techniques we've learned so far different than bypassing? Well, the key is in the term. Whether I was single pin picking, raking, zipping, wiggling, whatever you want to call it, I was still engaging with the traditional lock techniques. I'm just going to see if I can find the keys for these here. I believe they are over here. So all of those techniques, even though I wasn't using the key, basically emulated what the key does, in which the bidding on the key, these little bumps up and down on the key here, I'm not going to do close up for this, but you get the idea, pushes all the pins into the position where, again, the gaps happen between the key pins and the driver pins, and which allows you to simply turn and open it. So it interacts directly with the pins. You're using the same technique that a key actually uses to open a lock. The only difference is that you don't have the key, but you're emulating what the key does. Bypassing is completely different because in the traditional sense, what you're not engaging in the actual pins or pin tumbler core. Anything involving that is seen as traditional lock sport. That would be if you were at DEFCON. I mean, they often kind of meld together. We talked about that, I believe, on the 7th or 8th episode where we talked about lockpick tribes and like the different backgrounds of people, such as locksmiths and lock sporters, bypassers, rogues, preppers, things like that. But where was I going with this? But like a lot of that single pin picking and raking and all of those techniques and talking about 25 thousandths of an inch and stuff, that would be primarily in the tool section of DEFCON. The bypass village deals with the rest of the locking mechanism. A lot of times their target is the actuator, which is the thing behind the pin tumbler. That once normally the pin tumbler, all the the pins are sorted out. When this cylinder turns, the core tumbler, it manipulates that actuator, and since this is on a padlock, it disengages or engages with the shackle. On a door, it would engage or disengage the actual door slot where the little pike would come out that you would see on a doorknob that prevents you from opening the door. Sometimes you deal directly with that door pike itself that shoots out of the side of the door lock. Sometimes you deal with the entire door. A valid bypass, for example, is I know so many people where high security doors were defeated because someone simply used a power screwdriver and just took all the screws off the door and then removed the door entirely. That's what we're talking about with bypasses. So we're not engaging with anything with the key pins for pretty much the most part. We are engaging with all the other mechanisms, the actuator, the shackle, the door bolt, the door itself. There's kind of a gray area, I guess. Might count you, depending on how you ask, social engineering bits with locks might count in that, but who knows? That's not what we're going to discuss here. Instead, we're going to go into all of these as the Joker said in the 1989 Batman movie, these wonderful toys here. So the big problem that I have is I'm trying to figure out which ones we should do first. And let me think for a moment. Okay, let's actually do something I was going to save last first. And let's talk about shackles. Now, I want to clarify that this clear lock, I normally never let people pick this lock. Not only because it's mostly made out of plastic, which means compared to all brass, all steel locks that you actually find out in the field, including my practice tumbler sets, these have a completely different, like, squishy feel. And in my opinion, this is way easier to pick than even like Master Lock number 3s. And partly also because of that is they design these clear locks from China so that not only can you see what you're doing, so this is me just demoing it, which is why I'm going to be using this a lot today, but it also has like basically no security on this. So that way I can show everyone how all these techniques pretty much work. And that's why I love having this guy. So one of the type of earliest sort of bypass techniques, and this is a type technique that is used for multiple different things. Let's start out with this, is called shimming. Shimming is where you use a piece of something, usually a piece of metal, that goes inside somewhere within the lock mechanism that engages with a mechanism that is not the core tumbler in order to open the lock as opposed to engaging with the pin core tumbler system. And there's many different types. There is, which we're going to get into, known as core shimming, or actually I forgot about those shims, so we might, on the break, I might grab those. But there's core shimming, there's actuator shimming, and the one I'm going to cover right now is known as shackle shimming. And in fact, when you often buy products such as Master Lock products, like these Master Lock number 3s, and I don't have the paper with me today, but they usually have like a rating, and a lot of lock companies have ratings. Often you'll find that many of the lock cores that you just find at like Home Depot and stuff are 4 pins, flat bitting, no security pins. There's no real security on them. So why the high rating? Like, for example, let's see here. Again, this Master Lock number 3 has 4 pins, and if I remember correctly, one of these, I don't have it here, but I would say, for example, I do have another lock that's like this American lock that also has 4 pins in it. Not this lock. This one has 5 pins with security stuff. But there's Master Locks you can get that are 4 pins, no security pins, flat bitting, just like the Master Lock number 3. So why does the bigger one have a higher rating than the smaller one? Well, what they're actually rating in security for is, one, the toughness of this. I mean, this Master Lock number 3 is pretty tough. You'd have to maybe hit it with a hammer or a crowbar a couple of times. But this thing, I mean, if I just drop it on the table, that, first of all, if you drop that on your foot, you're going to the hospital. Don't ask me how I know this. Second of all, you need blow torches, saws. This is going to take like forever, if not nearly impossible, to break these, especially by just hand force. This is like almost basically humanly impossible to break. Don't quote me on that, but that's kind of what they're rated for. So you'll often see features like this, like these boron hexagonal shape, and we're going to get into why they're hexagonal shape, hardened shackles. That's the security rating, not necessarily the core. And a big thing that lock companies rate on is, instead of rating the core pickability, I mean, the hilarious thing about Master Lock is one of the security features they often put on their packaging is pin core tumbler for pick resistance, which is hilarious because, to put it in computing terms, that's like buying like a laptop and it says hard drive built in for encrypted security. Just because you have a hard drive, doesn't mean all of your stuff is hacker proof. And it's the same thing of just having a pin core tumbler doesn't mean it's pick proof, or what we more accurately call pick resistive. Because, as we've seen on the show, we've dealt with ginormous, nasty-looking locks that just come apart as soon as we start single-pin picking them. But what lock companies are more concerned about, because I guess this is, one, well more known in the public, and two, is something that you more encounter on the field when it comes to criminal and malicious activity when it comes to physical security, such as breaking locks, is shimming them. So there's been a lot of care over the years, way more care than the pin tumbler cores until very recently, about trying to get on top of shimming techniques. And a very classic one is, where's my clear guy, is the shackle. And I'm going to show you what I mean here. So let's go to the close-up cam, and let's kind of look at this mechanism here for this lock. So when I put the key in, we're going to ignore the pin tumbler here, but I'm going to be able to, as I show holding this down, I will be able to turn this core fully and freely, which will then open the lock. Well, how does it open? Well, if you look at this core turning here, see when I turn, you'll notice that, see it tried slide, it's attached to something here. You see that T-bridge? Particularly in padlocks, this bridge here, because it's shaped like a T, so the top part of the T, is known as the actuator. There is a mechanism here that activates when it rotates, and in this case, it's using spring tension to hold the lock together. It's pushing outwards, so the lock shackle's pushing on the body, and that's why no matter what I do with these two indents here, there's no way, unless I was like Superman or G.I. Jack when he has 8 PBRs, to be able to pull this entire lock apart open with my bare hands, or even with like a crowbar or something. So what happens here is when you are able to, if the pin tumbler core works and you have the right bitting or you picked it, when you turn it, you're going to see it turn here in like this sort of motion, and that's going to contract these two bits in, and the shackle has a spring underneath it, so the shackle is also being pushed up. Not only does that also help hold it into place, but that means when these two little rivets pull in, thus not blocking anything holding the shackle, the spring is going to push up on it, and because these are not holding it down here into the lock body, the shackle is just going to pop open, and that's where you get that click. Like, I'm going to do it really fast, and you'll see what I mean here. So it's like the classic when you open a lock. Right, you saw how that popped out. Now I'm going to attempt to do this really slowly so you can actually see, like, the click's going to happen really fast, but you'll see what I mean, where I'm going to turn the core, turn, you can see it. You can see that piece, that reflective piece here, it's moving really slowly. So it's a turn, and see, that's how fast it goes. Now I'm going to hold down the lock body itself, so you're going to see that. Just look at that glowing piece there that connects the top part of the T to the mid part of the T. I'm going to hold the shackle down so you can see it completely turn, and then I'm going to, as slowly as possible, because it's a lot of spring tension even with a plastic crappy lock like this, and then slowly let it go. So you're going to see it turn, and these two pieces pull in, and then I'm going to let the tension off my hand. You're going to see the shackle slowly pop out of the body because the spring is pushing it up and these two pieces aren't holding it together. So watch this. So I'm going to turn, and you see how that pulls in at the top? I'm going to try to angle it a different way here because I am getting reflective glare problems. So see how I pull? See how those two pieces on each side of the T pull in? It's like that. So watch, I'm going to turn that really slowly and try to get a non-glare thing. And now I'm going to slowly see how it just slides directly out. And note if I do the reverse, where if I push it in and then unturn it, let that counter rotation go in, that puts those locking poles back in place, and now the lock's locked up again. And that's exactly why when you turn it, it opens, and then when you press it in, everything sort of locks back in place and resets itself. Now, the bypass technique number one I'm going to do on this is an age-old one, which is called the shackle bypass. And let me explain this flaw, because thankfully, this has been solved a lot. Your main problem, if you have a lock with this issue, is going to be older locks, especially locks that were made before, like I would say most locks between 2000 and 2003, they're the newer version, and I'll explain what they are, that this trick doesn't work anymore. However, if you find, like, if you see a master lock that is really worn down, or a lock that looks old, or if you're able to read the serial number and it's made before the 2000s, especially if it's like, I mean, heck, not even 2000s, even like 6 years ago, you might be able to try a lot of these bypass techniques and they might work. We actually discovered one of these when preparing for this episode. So I'm going to open the lock body again and show you something. So I don't know if you can see here, but you'll notice that on the shackle, if this thing can focus on my ugly nails, let's do this, there we go. There's these indents here, and they're just little, they're like chunks, they're like little triangle chunks that are cut out of the shackle body. And this is what we're exploiting here. What we're going to end up doing is because those little indents is where these locking pawls, these two ends of the top part of the T, push into that lock body and thus not allowing us to open it. We're going to put a material in here that's going to move these two actuators out of their slots, and thus they don't go in the indents, which means there's nothing holding it, and then the spring is naturally going to push up on the shackle and do so. And the shim we're going to use, and ironically, this is literally the most expensive thing here that I bought for this episode. This was actually the one that caught a pretty penny, and especially because Sparrows in particular, actually all the equipment you see here, I believe, is from Sparrows. At least most of the equipment. Is that they give you a lot of these. I believe they give you like 20 of these, and they're all in different sizes. And these are known as shackle shims. And what I also want to clarify, there's actually a specific reason why I got the Sparrow versions, because South Ord, another manufacturer that my pick case, for example, is, and I do like this case for beginners, is a South Ord here. There's a reason why I bought them from Sparrows and not from South Ord or China, because it's not that South Ord doesn't make good products, because they do. I have some of them. The cool thing about Sparrows is that most of these shackle shims, and if you remember a couple episodes before, I tried to do an episode where, and half succeeded, of DIY making your own picks and bypasses and basically lock and bypassing tools out of like soda cans and stuff. When you get a lot of times when you get these, they are usually made out of aluminum. It's like the same aluminum that's in a soda can. And for reinforcement, they put little rubber sleeves on the end. And that's a problem because, as you know, with aluminum can, you can just crunch it with your hand or your forehead or your butt or whatever. So every time you would use, like South Ord has this, every time you would use a South Ord shackle shim, it will morph and dent and become really terrible. Sparrows was like challenge accepted, and what they've done here, and it might be hard to see even on the close-up cam, but if you look at this, and the black computer is not helping here, let's see if we can possibly get a focus on here, and you can see my horrifically long nails, but these are layered. So there's a layer of like professional vacuumed plastic, and then there's a actual metal alloy in the middle and another plastic piece. And thank you, Ashley Boo, lead speak here with 2 O's, for following us on yeah. I almost combined Instagram and Telegram and called it Insta Telegram. Thank you for following us on Twitch. So, in my opinion, and especially after using these, Sparrows, you can actually see on the close-up cam, I believe, that I've used this a couple of times. Come on, focus. Let's focus on my hairy knuckles. One of these days I'm going to get like a pro cam that I can do like manual focus on. But you can see on here, I already have like scratches and indents on this thing. And normally for like the South Ord ones, these would already be bent and start warping and they'd break in half due to the scratches. These I can use over and over again. And so to be honest, I feel like I got my money's worth when I purchased these. And I just want to mention, because of Hydration Squad, we're probably going to take like a minute or two break, and then we're going to go into all the other bypasses because a lot of them are related to each other. This is going to be a comprehensive episode here, people. So what you're doing with the shackle bypass is we're going to insert these shackle shims into the lock body on where the shackle is, and then we're going to position them in such a way that it's going to move these two locking parlors out. So it's going to do the same thing as when we turn the key and push these two locking parlors, that's what these little indents called on the top T, and the actuator inside each other, so they're going to squint in. And when they do that, as you saw when they squinted in when we turned the key, the pressure from the spring on the shackle is going to push this entire lock out, and probably these clips are going to start flying everywhere. Now, the clips flying everywhere doesn't happen on every lock. It's just, again, these clear locks are designed to be so shitty so I could demonstrate stuff on to you like this, because then I'm also going to explain about a specific thing with this technique. So what you do here is they're shaped like T's. So remember that with these shackle shims. You have the tumbler core with the actuator shaped like a T, and the shackle shim is like a little T. Isn't that cute? Right? So what we're going to do here, and I'm going to try to do this sideways, is let's put this guy down, and we're going to put Mr. Shackleshim in first. And so what we're going to do is and the way we know is because, especially, I don't know if you can really see on this lock because I probably need a flashlight. The other way this technique works is not only do we not only have these indents for the locking polars, but there's a huge space. It's hard to see because it's clear, but there's a huge space between the lock body and the shackle, and that will allow you to slip these guys in, especially comfortably. So as you can see here, I'm going to take the tip here. This is going to be very suggestive, and I'm going to slide this on the sides of the shackle. So this is where the locking polars are in between the two middle points. I'm not doing it there. I'm doing it off to the side where I could find the biggest space, and I'm going to push this almost all the way down in. So I'll show that again because I don't think I got the angle right on it because it's a little hard to position with this phone. But yes, I'm going to, come on, focus. Come on, knuckle, focus. 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 There we go. So I'm going to push that, and you're going to see here because it's clear, it's sliding all the way in down that shackle nearly the full length of this locking parlor. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it to my left where these parlors are, and you're going to hopefully see it at the right angle. You're going to watch this black piece, and it's going to move this out of the way. It's going to disengage, the locking parlor is going to disengage locking the shackle because this shim is going to physically move that brass piece here. So I'm going to turn it left slowly. It's very hard to do on the close-up camera. And as you can see, it's beginning to move that out of the way. So now we have pushed that locking parlor, as you can see. Let's try to get a better angle here, because of the light. There we go. I'm going to get better lighting and better focus. You can see we pushed that out of the way. So that is not engaged with that part of the shackle, but there's two of them. So now we're going to take Mrs. Shackleshim here. We're going to repeat the same process. So I'm going to put them, and actually I have to flip this over because this is the bigger space here, and we should be able to slide this in all the way. Actually, this one is too thick. Wow, we need to get our sister here. She is, I mean, you know, I like the thick girls, but unfortunately for this instance, she is unfortunately too thick for this lock body shackle. Actually, let me try one of these. She should do. There we go. That went almost like way the hell in. So we're going to do the same technique here. We're going to push this through the side. As you can see here, that goes, so we're on the lock outside, and as I push down, that's going inside the lock body, and this is basically the same length as the other shackle. Now, I'm going to turn it to my left, and that's going to push the second locking parlor out of the way. That means they're both pushed in. Now, on a lot of locks, when you do this, a lot of times you have to pull up on the lock, and it's going to open because of all the spring tension, and that the locking parlors are not engaged with the shackle because you moved both of them out of the way the same way the actuator would when you turn the key. Again, if I'm going too fast or you're confused, you want me to demo this more, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So, but I want to warn that because this has so much spring tension here, and it's a piece of crap, and I've seen this before, I'm going to warn that as I turn it, it's going to immediately pop open, and these two are probably going to fly everywhere. So here we go. We're going to do this on the close-up cam here. Just watch this side. It's going to move this locking parlor out of the shackle notch, and that means both will disengage, and that spring pressure is going to pop this thing open. So here we go. We're pushing it. Push, there we go. Instant open right there. And that's how they work. So I'll show it now in a really quick fashion. In fact, I'm going to use one of her distant cousins here that's a bit thinner, one of these. Let me just double check. Okay, now that actually belongs in this pile. Again, they give you a ton of these to show you what I mean. This will do. Yeah. So once again, what this does is this engages, these are known as shackle shims. In my opinion, you can get these from South Ord, but they're made out of aluminum. I will tell you right now, these cost $20 before shipping, but you get 20 of them in all sorts of sizes, and they're really durable, and these last. I have friends who have had these, and these last and are really good quality. So again, what we do is, because there's two notches on each side, we're going to push this all the way down, slide this over, move that actuator out of the way, and then we're going to take the other one, slide that in the lock body, move it out of the way, and that's going to disengage the locking parlors from the notches in the shackle, and because of the spring tension, it will just pop open. There we go, and I told you they go flying everywhere with this particular lock. So that's how the shackle shims work. Now, you're probably asking yourself, and we're going to get into this question a lot, and then we're going to go on break, and then I'm going to go through a whole, because we have a lot of techniques to go over and tools, is, I'm going to temporarily turn off the overhead cam. Why, if these are so effective, you saw that, like, let's do a comparison. Even though this lock is super crappy, let's do a comparison here. So I'm going to single pin pick this guy, and I'm going to cheat and kind of use my eyes even though my brain feels for it. So I'm just going to go away. I'm just going to pretend I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, everything's in place, and that opened. What was that, like about like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, right? So that was that. Now let's go in. Let's use this double right here. It's gonna actually make this more difficult. We're gonna do that tension here. We're gonna rub back and forth. See, and that was like literally 3 seconds, right? So watch this. And remember, this is like the crappiest lock of crappy locks. So, but with the shackle shims, right? Let's see if I got the 2 good ones here. These will do. Look how fast this goes. I push them aside, and there we go. And I push this aside. Boom. It literally barely reaches a second to open this. So even with that, my single pin and raking techniques took still 3 to 5 seconds, which is not long at all, but it still took some time, and these happened basically instantaneous. Why don't we just carry shackle shims everywhere and just toss all of our lockpicking kits in the garbage and just use them to the end of time? Well, here's the reason. And no, the reason's not the police alarms, although they relate to them. As I said, companies kind of, except for very recently, except for the past like 8 to 5 years, have ignored the core pin tumbler. That's why a lot of locks don't have security pins. They have poor bidding, poor tolerances, etc. But they are very wise to the physical toughness of locks, and especially since the 70s, they have been very wary about shimming techniques, especially because a lot of times when criminals get caught, they're caught with things like these core shims and stuff. So they have actually put security measures in here. And I'm going to show you what I mean. So this is a basic master lock number 3, right? Also, again, sometimes you might have something like you're probably going to ask, because actually, let's open this one first. I usually open these so fast, that's why I don't bring the keys for these. But you're probably asking like, oh, you know, this is one of those terrible master lock 120, 140s. In this case, this is a 140. And this is literally one of my favorite real-world locks to give beginners to pick, because unless this one decides to be camera shy again, which it might, it's usually so easy. Again, there we go. I usually have like 5-year-olds. I've taught 5-year-olds how to open these with like grips on the picks and stuff. And you'll notice that this type of lock has just those 2 notches, right? So this should work. Unfortunately, and I can try to show you, no matter how small they make this, unless I make custom ones, these are extremely difficult to put in and turn, because literally this lock is that small. But let me show you what I mean here. We're going to take this master lock number 3, the classic number 3, the go-to if you're at a tool table or a lockpicking village table at a con, or where are they around the world, at Echo Party, at Lockpick AR, or if you're at Diane Institute with Lockpick Extreme, which are also wonderful folks, and I have a bunch of their gear from. You always hear master lock number 3s are the worst, right? And they are in terms of the core. They're simple. It's just like the 120s, 140s. There's usually 1 or 2 pins. You just put a little bit more pressure than what you normally do on these. Yep, that was a false dip. Watch, I'm going to say that, and then this is going to be like the death of me here. I got distracted. I need to reset. There we go. Otherwise, I think I do have that. No, there we go. So it opens. But this is nuts, right? These shims will not open a master lock number 3. Despite, and I'm going to do a caveat here, the master lock number 3, and you saw its reputation for being a crappy lock that I literally opened in about like 2 seconds when I resetted it. You will not be able to use these core shims on it. And there's a specific reason. See those indents? Let's look at that clear plastic lock. You see how these indents, I don't even need the close-up camera, they're like little triangle notches. Now look at this shackle. they're curved. Why are they curved? Well, hey Jack, can I borrow the flashlight? I like so much of his equipment out here. Thank you. I'm going to try to do this with the close-up cam. But if you look in here, and I probably should use a bigger lock for this. Oh boy, okay, that's way too reflective. Oh boy. Actually, let's see if we can do it like that, maybe. Which way can we tilt this in front of the camera? Oh, I almost saw it there. See, there we go, because everything's a little backwards. But do you see in there? There's a little like round thing in there, right? That's a ball bearing. Master Lock number 3s and a lot of modern day Master Lock products use where's the close-up cam? There we go. Use a type of locking parlor where instead of using the normal mechanical actuator locking parlor, they use what's called a ball bearing locking mechanism. So this Master Lock and a lot of other locks literally have two metal honkers, two metal big brassy polished balls, because that's what we love in the lockpicking world, tensioned on springs. And when this cord turns, what it does is that it sucks those balls in, you know, so it can perform drag, and that disengages this part of the shackle with the two cutouts, the circular cutout that matches those big honker balls, and the shackle pops open. Ball bearings defeat this technique because, one, trying to curve around it, and I know this from trying to install ball bearings in here, they're very slippery, and two, the amount of tension plus the shape makes it impossible, nearly impossible, to turn this in there without breaking the tool or just have it get stuck. And that defeats that. Two other things that they do with locks to prevent this. One is they make these, and this won't matter because even though it has a flaw in it, but because of the ball bearings, even if it doesn't have ball bearings, like I said with the Master Lock 120s and 140s for being too small, they also might make the lock body in addition very form fit to the shackles. So as you can see, there's kind of a big gap in there. Let's take a look, which we'll look at this ABIS. There's barely any gap. The shackle is very flush to the lock body. So even if this this has ball bearings, but even if it didn't and just had those indents for the locking parlors, I wouldn't be able to fit anything in here because there's literally nothing to fit in. Like I could use the thinnest material, and actually if I use the thinnest material, it wouldn't move and it would break, and anything thicker than that wouldn't fit. So that's another technique. And lastly, is you a lot of times see designs like this with these weird hexagonal shackles, and that makes it so that, as you can see here, even with this space, I can't really turn. This has ball bearings, so it won't work anyhow, but I can't turn this around the shackle in its body because the hexagonal shape, it's like those GameCube controllers with the C stick. It prevents, the analog stick, it prevents actual turns in the lock body. It gets stuck. So those are the three techniques, especially all combined, that makes this not valid for a lot of everyday use. Again, even so you get a Master Lock number 3 now, these will not work on them. What these are useful for as a potential carry is if you're like a locksmith or you just see a lot of locks in your day, like you go to conventions, and you have encountered, because we've encountered this, because we actually did that for another bypass technique, a older model lock where you're like, oh, that's the locking parlor and they made a huge gap and stuff like that, then it will work. In fact, I actually want to try something that I haven't tried yet, which is this one might have a large enough gap in its locking system where it might work. I'm just curious. I want to see if I can actually fit this in here because my job is getting into small spaces that people don't want me to be in. Now, I know from the fact that this lock used to have a way bigger space that you could literally stick like a wire down in to shackle shim it. But I don't know. Oh, there we go. It went up one notch. And this is a 2-notch one, so it has those 2 notches in. There's only one of them. So let's try that again. We're gonna go in. Let's try to do it like that's the best way. Here we go. So we're gonna go in again. We're gonna push this down in, and then as we turn it, and the locking parlor is over here, this should disengage that second one. Hopefully, second time's the charm, and hopefully I don't break this on camera. Come on. Are you like? Are you not long enough? Folks, I might not be long enough. Where have I heard people tell me that before? Ah. Alright, let's see if we can get something longer in here. Longer but not thicker. There's a request. If not, I will push the lock body again, and we will I'll disengage that first shackle. So push that in, and I should be able to turn that over. Ah, wow, this one's being a pain. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push that first one in, and we're going to take that small one again. I'm going to show you how it disengages. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place. One notch. So we're going to slide this guy into the space, because there's a wide enough space, and then we're going to turn that towards the lock body, and that should push it out of the way. You're going to see the shackle go up, if I did this correctly. There we go. And that is that first indent right over there. See? I'll do it one more time, and I'll actually watch the camera so I can kind of put this in here. So again, we have this. There's enough of a space. We're going to stick that in the lock body, just like what we did with the clear one. We're going to, because this is not ball bearing, they're just notch, it's just an actuator with notch locking parlors. And we're going to turn this towards the lock body, and it's going to hit that first one right there. I don't know how we'd reach the second one. I might need a BBC for that, because, you know, you have to hit the second hole. But yes, that is an example of a lock. I'm glad, because I never tested this. The first time I'm doing that on camera with that particular wafer lock. That is how the shackle bypass, the shackle shims with the shackle bypass works. Now, we're going to quickly cover something in this tin, and then we're going to go on a short music break, and I'm going to rehydrate, get some snacks. We're going to come back, and we're going to do a whole lot more. Because literally, we just covered, I think, part 1 of like 5 or 6 different bypass techniques. This is going to be crazy here. But for this one, we're just going to go over, because we went through this in another episode. We didn't, I think this was either episode 4 or episode 5, where we went through different types of locking systems. And in this cup, I have a specific type of lock, and I have a specific type of keys. And I have a specific type of bypass tool. It has a weird name, but people keep going back and forth between 2 names. We'll get into that in a moment. So I got, let's get a good one. I got these. And you might be saying, oh, that's just a master lock number 3. They look very similar. It has the same, they have the rivets in them, a similar shackle, similar height, the master lock crappy branding logo, same master lock on the top. But there's something kind of off about them. Look at the keyhole on this. This just looks like your normal like pin and tumbler keyhole modern day. What the heck is that thing? There's just a little spinny, let's get a lockpick for this. Little spinny thing in here. What is that? What do you do? What is this? Is this a lock from Mars? What's going on? Well, as I said, this was a pin tumbler, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but these are known as warded locks. These are one of the oldest, if not the oldest, probably one of, because, you know, the way societies work, lock system designs ever invented. And these were used for centuries as normal locks, and possibly thousands of years, actually. Yeah, because some of the earliest ones of these were used by Romans, where they actually had like rings that were used as keys, using this sort of locking mechanism and key method in order to open family heirlooms, boxes with family heirlooms and crypts with family heirlooms in them. And they're still in use today for a very specific reason, for a very specific function. And we're going to go back to the browser mode here, and I'm going to show you, well, I mean, everyone probably remembers this video, but we're going to play it again. So this is how this works. So you have this key here, and it's kind of weird shaped, because I'm going to show you what the other keys look like. They have like little prongs on them or little cutouts. And what you're doing here is you're putting that in. As you can see here, you have those little metal pieces. You're going to see later there's going to be a ton of like metal plates, and some of them are solid and some of them have gaps. In order for the key to properly turn, this is the technical way this works. these progs need to go in the correct sequence and possibly length in between the ones that are not big brass boys that actually have space for them to turn. The key tip itself embeds itself into the actuator. So what's preventing this from turning are if you have the wrong key and you're able to stick it in, the bitting will be off. So like for example, where this pike will be, and you'll see this in a bit, there will be a metal slot and thus you can't turn it because there's a physical piece of metal there. If this is the correct key, there will be no metal plate here. It'll just be free space between two metal plates and this can rotate. If you can rotate this whole thing, since the key tip's in the actuator, it turns the key turns the actuator itself. So not the tube, not the lock body, the key itself engages that actuator and turns it, and that moves the actuator mechanism directly in order to use whatever mechanics for the lock to open. As you can see here, we have a wall, space, and that these two spaces in the middle allow those two progs to properly turn. If there was like a metal slot here in a free space here, this wouldn't turn. So as you can see, that looks very similar to the lock that I showed earlier. This is actually why, which is why master lock number 3s look like this despite being pig core tumbler locks. Also, this is just a very tough design with the rivets of why these have these plates. See if I can skip ahead a little bit. So you can see that little spinning thing in there that allows the actual warded lock key to turn. There's a reason why we're talking about this because this is all about bypasses. So that's more what the key looks like, and you're able to turn it. And in a moment, we're going to look inside that lock. If I can jump ahead here properly, and you can see there's turning. So there's a slot, a space, a slot, a space, a slot, a space. And that's why it's made of this crazy sandwich layer part. Then you have the screws in here and the shackle. And we're going to see a cutaway in a moment where you can see how that key works. So yeah, the key's in there, and you can see it's all the way up, and that head is in the shackle, and that allows the key tip here to engage with the actuator, which pulls the locking partners out. They're usually just wedges, which we're going to experiment with that in a moment too, because I want to now see if the shackle shivs work as well. And it disengages. And you can see it's the same technique that we saw earlier with that older worded lock design. This is the modern one. So you can see there's a spaces and gaps. There's gap spaces here and solid pieces of metal in such a correct order. The key's cut the correct way so that those gaps matches up with the spaces on the key, and the metal prog sticking out matches with the in-between spaces. And that allows the key to turn. If any of this was off, the key would not be able to, let's see if we can see it here, to properly turn. And that's kind of the locking mechanism. See how it moves that out of the way. These videos are ancient, by the way. These are like 10 years old, and like, I'm a tool member and not to knock tool, but like, maybe I need to get off my butt because I used to do 3D modeling, but like, these videos here I've done on the show a couple of times. These, whoever made these, I'm trying to figure out who at least uploaded these. What's their username? Wizard of Locks. Thank you for making these 3D models that, to me, explain this way better with the visual method than any visual method I've ever seen coming from any group. So thank you for that. But that's how warded locks work. We're going to go back to the table here. And the last bit of hydration. So why are we learning all of this? Like I said, these warded locks were used for thousands of years and centuries, like literally up until like I believe the mid to late 19th century, if I remember correctly, maybe earlier, because there's some earlier models of pin tumbler locks that, while use similar techniques, and we'll get into those next year, are not like the ones that we know of today. So let me grab the other one. These were used these were like the common locks. Like if you went out to like the ye old Home Depot and commissioned or got a lock, it would be this type of design. And as I can show here, and hopefully I grabbed the right key on the first, yep, I did, is that you slide the bit here, and there's enough of a gap, and it beds itself in. You can actually feel that. And when you turn it, the key itself, again, actually moves the actuator. It's only one notch, and it pops that open. And what's crazy is because of also that design, you can turn the key any which way, at least with these designs, and as long as you have the correct key, the lock opens. I will say, before we get into this, about why these are still used, despite the terrible technique I'm going to show you of how to defeat these, like I showed on the previous episode, is because I was first introduced to these as a little kid as storage units. And again, and these locks, like these locks are tough. These are, if this is like Batman, where Batman is a tough dude, he's like built and everything. This is Superman. This is like, this lock can punch the sun. It can survive. They use these in Russia to survive the cold. They use these in Middle Eastern countries and North African countries to survive the heat. They are very rust resistant because they're very few moving parts. The only real parts are the actuator and the spring to tension it so that the lock stays closed. And that's it. There's really not this like little squiggly thing. There is nothing else in here. There's no pins, tumblers, excess springs, pick bars, all that sort of stuff. So the question is, if these are so awesome, why don't we use them anymore? Well, someone kind of noticed something a long time ago, and that's, let's see if that's the right key. Yep. Which is that, and let's, I guess, go to the close-up camera again. Let's take a look at these keys. And again, these are the crazy keys. You can tell they're crazy because let's just look at any pin tumbler key. And look how, that's how you can tell it's a different design. Look how nuts that is. And the top is just your normal up and down bidding. Sorry, to the left. To the right is just like, it's like a mathematical mess. So, as I said, and you can kind of see it here with the tip of this key, is that with my long ass fingernail, you see how this has like a little notch in it? That digs into the actuator, so when you turn it, it opens. The only thing that's preventing these keys from turning is all of these little notches, which if these were the wrong keys to put in, never mind that they do this outside shape, these would get in the way because they wouldn't be the correct spacing. So someone thought, well, if the only reason why these locks work is because it's just the tip, remember on the show, just the tip of the actuator is needed to actually open the lock, you don't need the rest of these spacings. Not if you make the lock, the actual key thin enough. You could just make a rail and then keep the bit at the end and they would open. And it turns out that we were so reliant on this sort of modern design, the modern design of these wafer locks, this specific type, that someone, a brilliant person that I haven't done my research, maybe my mentor Night Owl knows, but I don't know if anyone knows who actually did this, researched all the different actuator heads that work and came up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 common designs that the actuators and warded locks use to open them. Thunderstorm. And that's what these tools, once again from Sparrows, I'm not sponsored by them, I just get a lot of their shit from them, are. I buy this, by the way. I bought this with my own money. These are, sometimes they're mislabeled as warded lockpicks. They are more commonly, more accurately known as warded bypass or sometimes warded tryout keys. Because essentially what these are is they're the key. These are the tips of the keys, but there's just, they made the body really thin so that way it could just bypass, here's that term, all of the spaces and solid metal planks inside the lock body, and so it can freely turn. And when you dig this head in, which engages the actuator, it opens. And again, they're so lazy with making these sort of designs that there's only 5 different actuator heads that are used in the industry for the most part to open these. So I actually can't remember which is what here, but we're going to use one of these. So what we're doing is, instead of all this squiggly, squabbly, scoobity nonsense, and let's go back to the main feed here. Let's see, I think it's this wide mushroom head here. No comment. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that, this goes all the way in, and like I said, this is super thin, so I could turn this if I had the space, and if this is the right one, any which way. It's not, you see how loose this is. Like, let me put the normal keys in. When you put the normal keys in, these aren't the keys. You put the normal keys in, come on, there we go. There's no room in here. That takes up the entire body. With these thin boys and girls, there's all this room, so it can freely turn. None of these solid bodies or spacing matters because the main body is so thin, it can rotate either which way. And all we need to do is dig that actuator head in, and if it works, the actuator should turn, then the shackle could open. If not, we just try a different actuator head for this. So we bury it in there. There's like a little click. You might be able to hear it when I put it in. Hold on, let's try this again. So it's buried in, and we're going to try to turn it. Oh, does that do it? Nope, we didn't engage the actuator. Here we go. Maybe this is the wrong one. It is turning. All right, we have to try a different one here. Let's try 2 heads. See if this one works. There we go. So there was one actuator that was all the way in the back, and then there was kind of a mini one in one of the spacings there. So what we did is we buried this guy in, and it slides into a notch, which I could feel, but you can kind of hear it if I put it in. And then I just simply turn it, notch in, turn it, and it opens. And the crazy part is because the actuators are so tense, I don't even have to turn the key the tryout key, this bypass all the way. I just have to turn it slightly in any direction. It's in any direction. Come on. Oh, you can do this. Come on. I know you can do this. I'm just holding at an awkward angle. Let's try it this way. There we go. And it will engage that actuator and open. And I can do that with all of these. This one is a sliding one. It goes in and out. Ooh. I don't think it's this head. I think it's that first wide mushroom head. It really likes the mushroom head. I should be able to turn this actuator in here. Or not. All right. Maybe it doesn't like a big head. Maybe it likes a small head. Let's try that. Nah, it's too small. Maybe it was the double head. Again, this is all you need to do, but isn't this a lot easier than like having all these lockpicking tools and doing tensioning and all that crazy crap? Okay. I think it was that first one, but I wasn't properly engaging the actuator. So let's go back. Actually, let me just try this small double head one just to make sure. Oh, that's a small double-headed one. So as I can do, I just rotate it. And with this one, it's you move the shackle up and down. I actually can take, whoop, that turned it all the way. But I could actually take the entire shackle out if I wanted. Because that's what this is designed to do, so you have variable height. But yeah, that's how these warded bypasses, sometimes known as tryout keys, sometimes mislabeled as warded lockpicks, work. They bypass all of the warding in there, the spaces and solid brackets in the lock, and they just use the common actuator tips and open, so you don't have to worry about which key. So you can just carry this little keychain, put it in your pocket, put it in your kit, and if you come across, unless it's the keyway super small or really specific, like this one's annoying to open, but if you come across of any of these, just whip one of these boys out, just whip it out, just straight out of your fly of your pants, and then try different ones until they open. It's a lot better than sitting here doing all this crazy stuff. So we just covered 2 of these. We covered the warded locks, and now because I am highly curious, we also covered the shackle, not shekel. I know it's the end of Hanukkah ended a couple of days ago, but not the shackle. The shackle bypass, where we put these shackle shims in and rotated them around to move the these triangular locking parlors out of the way. Now, because these have a triangular locking parlor and a little bit of space, I actually want to see if you can actually shackle shim these. I have a feeling we might not be able to because of the spring tension, but we're going to try. So I'm going to put that in the lock body, and there should only be one in here. So if I rotate this, let's see if we can move that out of the way and this opens. Oh, I can feel it turning. Geez. I think it's because of the way they actually cut the notch. Because I know it's very much like a blade. So let's use a smaller one. Let's use something small and see if we can get a better result here. So I'm putting it all the way down in. Try to turn. Let's try it the other way. Also, I hope I'm doing the right side here. I think I am. Now I'll quickly try the other side. No, I think there's nothing in this one. I should be able to freely rotate this one around, I think. Or not. Yeah, this won't work because of the way they cut this one. So I was just curious. But as we showed with this guy over here, we just put these in, and it moves the little locking parlor out of the shackle. And with the spring tension in there, all the pieces are going to fly everywhere, but the shackle Come on, you can do it. Just opens, and it's almost instantaneous. So we've just covered 2 bypasses in here. One is for a pin tumbler lock with a shackle, and another are these warded locks that you often find at, they're an ancient lock design, still in use today, often at storage units and other places where you have extreme heat, extreme cold, and extreme stupidity. Yeah, you could just pass with a simple tool that has multiple different heads, so you don't have to carry around a crazy kit. We have a lot more bypasses to go, but my mouth is dry. This is empty. I need to refill it with wonderful H2O goodness. As you can see, we have a bunch of other locks here. We're going to get into those in a moment, but I'm going to put on some music, and so stay tuned, chill out with the music, and I'll be right back, and we will finish with the rest of the bypasses. This is going to be pretty crazy here, so BRB. Bonjour, everybody. Sorry for that little shock there. I believe the music stopped. Okay, it should have stopped. Welcome back to the Master of Unlocking, and I have now more water, and in 20 seconds there will be a new incense reward for us. So all the people who are collecting all the incense nonsense out in the crypto world, this is our treat to you. You can scan that QR code, and you can go get.incent.com, I believe, or .org. It will say it on the little notification in about 8 seconds, and you can eventually cash out and earn some cash basically free from us. So hope you enjoy all of that. I want to remind everyone again, welcome to the DEFCON 201 live stream. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We're a computer hacker group that, with my Grinchy Christmas pants, at least it's not the crazy hair. You'll see the crazy hair at the end. We are a computer hacker group that meets third Friday of every month in Jersey City, New Jersey. In fact, 2 days ago, or a day and a half ago, basically, on Friday night, this last Friday, we had our final meeting for 2020. We can't wait till next year. And because of COVID and a bunch of other stupid crap, that's why we have been, and also condolences for everyone who's been affected by COVID-19 and coronavirus out there. We've been live streaming not only our meetings, but all these different types of shows, including Hackle and Commander, which might come back this Wednesday, 8 p.m. There's going to be a really awesome 2020 finale for season finale, I might add. Still going to go on next year. Archibald Linux perspective with the other co-founder, G.I. Jack. He's going to get revenge on a certain game he's been working on for a while, as well as some other cool Linux stuff. And we have a bunch of specials heading towards the holidays, which is why my Grinch pants are appropriate. And this show is the Master of Unlocking, where I teach people lock mechanisms, how they work, security flaws in those lock mechanisms, and how to exploit them in order to open locks and basically understand physical security a bit better so you can stay safer and go to sleep at night. On this episode, we normally do, on the show, we've been mainly focusing on what's called single pin picking and raking techniques, which is known basically as tradition for all of you people still suffering and or recovering from Hanukkah, which is kind of known as the traditional. I'm going to sneeze. There's a sneeze coming. Here we go. It's going to be loud. Woo! COVID for everyone. I'm kidding. I'm actually going to get tested again on Monday. I tested last week and I was negative. So, but you know, where you go in and you manipulate all the little pins in the pin tumbler set, and when you do, you can it basically emulates a key, and you can turn the lock cylinder and the lock opens. What we've been learning about today on this episode is lock bypasses, where we're not going to engage these pins and key pins and driver pins and tension and all of that craziness. Well, maybe a little bit of tension, but not in the core tumbler, not through the keyhole. Well, through the keyhole, but not, you know what I mean? We're not doing the stuff the key's doing. We're not pushing pins up and down so there's gaps and spaces and then we can turn the thing. We're going to ignore all of that, and we're going to focus on all the other parts of the lock mechanism, whether it's the shackle, the actuator, which we're going to get into in a moment, or even the door itself, if this was attached to a door, or the lock body itself, in order to open it without a key. So we're ignoring all of these tension tools and single pin picks and rakes and stuff, and we're using these really cool, unique tools that, when done on the right lock in the right way, can get in for a couple of seconds. We recently went on a relearning tour about the police are really out today. It's definitely the holiday season. Hopefully it's not at our place. We briefly went over warded locks, and we went into these guys that I'm currently putting into this clear lock, which are shackle bypasses, where they move those two locking pullers out of the way with the actuator just by putting them in and twisting them on the lock shackle itself, and it opens up. And we also learned that thanks to things such as ball bearing mechanisms, even in simple, easy to pick locks like Master Locks number 3, the way the shackles are shaped and designed, as well as actually fitting the lock body more tightly to the shackle itself, why we just don't run around with these all day and call it a day unless we have to deal with a door. And you're going to notice that as a theme. And by the way, I just realized that when you kind of like throw these around, don't these look like ninja spikes? Like, don't these look like when someone's chasing you and like on foot or a car, you just throw these down and they would embed into your shoe and they'd hurt? I'm pretty sure on bare feet these would work like freaking Legos. but in terms of how painful it is. I'm not going to test that. We might do that for New Year's. Who knows? But I just noticed that that's kind of like, it's like ninja mode and you throw these down. It's like, so maybe they have a dual purpose, kind of the same way if, someone's harassing you, you can go all like, depending on like the sturdiness of your lock picks, you can go all Wolverine on their ass and just start, jamming them in. I don't recommend that, but last resort, life or death, that could distract people until you get away or call the authorities. Who knows? Or a good Samaritan stops by. Sorry, I get really thirsty on this show. I get thirsty always. I'm a very thirsty person, and that's not even a joke. I have dry mouth, dry skin, dry hair. My theme song is the How Dry I Am. I shit you not. That's kind of what goes on here. But we just learned 2 bypass techniques. Now we're going to get into a whole crazy galaxy of them. And again, my issue is kind of the problem with most of these next techniques, except for this last one here, is that they're all kind of the same to some degree. So I'm trying to figure out which one I should start off with first. So unless anyone has any preference in chat who starts out first, I'm going to go in the order that I think I should go in. That might, because I try to, when I teach people things, especially if there's multiple techniques, I try to ramp it up so that if you know the stuff from the previous technique, the next technique will be easier to learn or to absorb or understand. So I try to do all of that. In addition, I just want to go over that if you do like this, by the way, if you can't hear me or if you have any confusion of what I'm saying, if I'm too loud, too soft, or just right, hi there, Goldilocks. Or you have any suggestions, or you want me to ask questions about what I'm doing here, or where did I get these Grinch pants from, which is a long story that might be told for another day. Definitely ask in chat. I love talking with the chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And I also want to let you know that if you like all of this content you see now, you can hit like, share, subscribe, or that bell on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and now Facebook. So hi everyone out there on the Facebook. And we also have a method of watching YouTube through Tor, which is neat. So if you're out there on the dark web, I just hope you have your pants on. Not only will we get alerts for those, and I cheer you on, same thing if you send us bits, super chats, or lemons on their respective platforms, but as I posted the link in chat, all this month, up until the day after New Year's Day, so up until January 2nd, we are trying to raise as much money as possible. Our minimum goal is 300 smackaroos, and we're already almost 1/3 of our way to that goal. We still have 2 weeks left. It's going to be a lot of streaming, but including on this show, even when we're not streaming, we're trying to raise money for this amazing organization called Child's Play. I should actually bring up the organization on the screen since I'm not using any of these URLs. Sorry, you get to look at all of my big, giant, crazy, hairy arms. Child Play Charity. They're run by the Penny Arcade folks. We're at the Penny Arcade Expo East, otherwise known as PAX East, back in February, back when we were allowed to have human contact and people weren't being jackasses. Well, they were, but not in the current way they are, where, Tide Pods are apparently a gourmet delicacy now. But let's switch over to here. It's a charity that's run by the Penny Arcade people, and it's not the Chucky movies. It's honestly a bit better than that. And basically, we want to turn people into Hacker Santa. It is an awesome program where, particularly during the holiday season, they try to raise money for children's hospitals. And all these children's hospitals are either getting toys to distract and relieve pain, or actual medical supplies and rehabilitation equipment such as ventilators, VR simulations, treadmills, crutches, and things like that for children of all ages who either suffer from domestic abuse, a mental or physical disability, and or were physically or cellularly injured, such as contracting COVID or having a giant tree fall on them, or both, because it's 2020 and we're trying to be Hacker Santa this year because we think it's a good cause. We don't touch any of the money. When you donate, Tiltify donates all that money, and if you like what you learn here and later on you're going to see suffering, especially while I'm suffering, at least, I would love $20 or $50 during donations for our streams, but you can donate, $10, $5, $3, $1, as long as it's some form of currency that's not Zimbabwean or Venezuelan right now, because I don't even think Venezuela has a currency. They also have this hilarious, one of the live streams they do is called Desert Bus for Hope, and I always keep reading that wrong because I think it's always for Hackers on Planet Earth. I've debated of contacting the Hackers on Planet Earth staff to see if they could actually contribute for the Desert Bus for Hope thing, because that would be an amazing collaboration. But they have all these companies, big and small, independent and corporate, that also assist on it. A lot of gamers and non-gamers alike, and we're both, or at least I'm both, like to stream on. And yeah, we want everyone to be Hacker Santa. So if you donate $1 or $5, or if you're rich and you want to just blow $50 instead of blowing it on a hooker who can't even see you because it's COVID outside right now, make a child's suffering a little less suffering, and a child's holiday season, no matter what religion or social background they are from or not from, just a little bit better going into 2021 than it is in 2020. And I think we can all get behind, particularly with children, having a better intro to 2021 than the entirety of 2020. So after that spiel, and like I said, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's like a little widget where you can donate without moving away from the stream. Otherwise, which I'm going to be doing throughout this entire thing, I have posted the link to it. If you're on DLive or YouTube, you can go there. And when you donate or you follow us, I get notifications for them and cheer you on, just like I did earlier. It's a lot of fun. It really is. We had a lot of donations last time, and I'm very happy with people. And we do shout out names and stuff. So with that out of the way, this is the way. Let's get into the rest of the bypasses. And what's crazy is that all of these, except for one particular one, they're all kind of to some degree related to each other. And what we're going to deal with is mechanisms that directly affect the actuator inside the lock body. So previously, when it comes to pin tumbler locks, we were focusing on the shackle. We were focusing on what's known as the outer locking parlors, which are these little nubs. Let's see if we can get to the close-up camera here. These little nubs that embed themselves into the shackle. There's like these little wedge notches. If I open the lock, you will be able to see them better. So if I open the lock, you notice there's these notches here that are inward. They're like little triangle cutouts. These two locking parlors are also wedge shaped, and they fit inside there, and there's a little spring that pushes them out. When you turn the key, it retracts the spring in, thus pulling those two pieces in, and thus releasing the shackle from the body. And with the spring at the bottom of the shackle pushing up, that makes the shackle make that awesome pop sound, and it disengages, and we have an open. Now we're going to focus on more internal things. This is where I get to stand up and go crazy. And what we're going to be focusing on primarily is we're going to be focusing on, see this is what's known as the pin tumbler core. This is that cylinder. We're going past that, and we're going to focus on this guy here. And this is the guy, it's like, in this particular lock, it's this little two-pronged piece, and that is what can retract these two springs in. This is basically where the top of the T meets the bottom of the T shape. See if it looks like a T? So we're having that junction point, and that's what we're going to be targeting here. And in order to reach there, and co-founder G.I. Jack let me borrow this because I have yet to get one because of reasons. And also, if you notice, this is definitely a G.I. Jack tool because you notice two things. One is very long, and it's very shiny, sharp, and pointy, just like how he likes things. And this is, the Sparrows calls this a shank, but it's basically a type of shim. It's made out of solid steel. It's like 20 to 25 thousandths of an inch, so it's not very flexible. To compare to another shim we're going to look at later that's way thinner, this is 15 thousandths of an inch. You can actually hear. And it's very super flexible. This is not. It's very dull tang, very inflexible, but it's solid. And that's what we need here, because we need something solid for the heft and the weight. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to insert this into the lock body, and we're going to try to manipulate that actuator. Now, here's the thing about this. A lot of early locks, and unfortunately I don't have one that's a pin tumbler to use, because trust me, I tried a bunch of different ones. I might try the wafer one. I might see if it works on the wafer one, but we'll do that last. They normally have one locking mechanism on one side of the shackle, in this case for padlocks. So what the shank was really good at was going in, and you would just manipulate that mechanism, and you would pull that locking parlor down and make it retract in, and then the lock would open. One of the security features that they've added is even without ball bearings, if you put two of them, This makes it annoying because when you pull one down, now you have to disengage that, flip it over, and go the other side. And any point doing that, especially when moving the other end of the actuator, the one that you previously moved might snap back into place. So I haven't actually done this before on this particular lock with this particular tool. I've used other tools and different other locks, but not this one. Wow, I'm already low in water already. So so this is how we're going to attempt to do this. I'm going to put a little tension on the shackle, so I'm pulling up on it at all times. If I have a hard time gripping this, I will just simply take another lock and use a lock for a lock so I can grip it better and pull on the tension. And what that should do is that when I pull on the actuator piece in the middle, and we're going to try with this. Another thing is that GI Jack didn't do any modifications to this, and honestly, if I got this in this state, I would take a razor blade and they kind of over dipped it, and I'd slice it here and peel off and get rid of this part, so the shank can be even longer because I like them really long to reach all the way to the base. But no, that's actually very useful for see, normally it would go here, and this is already hard to this is just about right to reach in to manipulate. Let's try to get it more centered. It's just about right to be in there to manipulate. But if that piece, that overdipped plastic, was in the way, I'd be able to extend further and have much more leverage. So note about that. If you ever get these type of shanks or core or these classic shims for the core tumbler, and they're over dipped like this, you can use a razor blade, especially since this is more of a grippy, gummy, plasticky thing, not hard plastic, and you can shave that off, and you'd have a lot more leverage and room here. But we're going to try just with its the little tiny leftover foreskin here. And while pulling on the shackle, that means when I pull one side down, it should get stuck at the bottom because I'm constantly trying to essentially pull the shackle out, and thus putting tension on it. So that means that should hold it there while I flip this around and try pulling on the other side. And we're going to go back and forth. And eventually, when enough of these two these two locking mechanisms are pulled back far enough using the shank, the lock shackle should pop right out of the body. I'm not going to guarantee that. That's how it works in theory. Worst comes to worst, I have a video on it. But here we go. So I'm going to go in. You might be able to see in there because I don't know how well this is focusing. It moving around. I'm going to try to grab something here. If not, I'm actually going to use one of my other locking mechanisms to attempt to do this. So I'm trying to hook in. I'm going at different angles. Yeah, this little remaining foreskin thing's in the way. Let me try the other end. Let's see if I can grip anything down there. So, trying to look, because I've manipulated this open before. There should be two, if I flip this around, there should be two sort of levers in here. I can see it, so I'm going to try to curve this, trying to move this over. I gripped it, and I'm trying to pull that out. It's having a hard time turning. Okay, I'm going to have to do the other one first. Let's see if I can do the same thing over here. So I put that in here. So funny enough, even on this crappy Chinese lock, it is extremely hard because this is not at its full length to manipulate and pull. Oh, I may have gotten it. Hold on. Oh, almost there, out of the way. This is extremely hard to do on this right locking mechanism. The left one seems to have a bit more leeway here, and I'll show you what I mean. I'm actually going to take a different tool that I'm not going to name until we get there, and I'm going to try the same technique, and I should be able to grip this better. Let's see, I already have it gripped. I just need to pull it down, because this has no restriction, so I could really go back in there and attempt to dig this piece out. Let's try the other side, because the other side's where the spring is, so there's usually even more tension. Come on. It's also hard to see. Hold on, let me just take this off camera for a second. I just want to make sure I'm in the right positions. I can hear it clipping. This is why I need to nap before I do streams. Because I'm actually shocked I have this much. Oh, there we go. I'm shocked I have this much energy. So I've dug in there. I'm retracting this back. And I should possibly see, I can grip that and that spring and pull that all the way back. But I think I have to get this other mechanism first. I'm going to try that. Oh, I did it. So we pulled that back, and when I pulled this one in, I pulled that part in so far enough that once I pulled that one, we got a pop. It's just really hard because once I put it under here, while you can see everything with the lighting's off on my end, so I'm having a hard time seeing. We're gonna try that again and make that a little bit less accidental. So as I push this all the way up here, and I should be able to grab in the back, and as I pull tension, because there's two locking parlors, I'm going to pull the spring. Should be able to connect and pull it out. Okay, so now it's kind of stuck at the bottom, and I should be able to flip this around, continue the tension, and pull. And once I get in the back and engage it, I should be able to pull the other. Spring. In fact, let's go back to the original tool, because this might be the correct length in order to grab. Yeah, I'm definitely going to recommend Jack to peel off this bottom piece here, because it's really difficult to reach back here. There we go. See, it can reach out the bottom, the top side where the pins are. I couldn't reach anything, which is why I had to grab this other tool. And so this is actually one of the few fields that, despite what your wife or your boyfriend says, where length, being able to reach all the way in, is the key. Quite literally, because you're not using the key. You are bypassing it. And that's how a lot of these shims technique. If this only had one latch, I should be able to go in there if the locking mechanism is unshielded, and we're going to get to that in a second, and be able to pull that aside. And that's actually, by the way, why we don't walk around like... I do recommend to carry one of these sort of shank shims on your everyday carry, just in case you come by a simple lock. It's also great to like probe around in there, and similar to the technique I told you about before, you can use this type of long shank tool to push all the pins out, pull out, and count how many pins, both with sound and especially feel. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 pins in there. So it's a very useful tool, and again, stabby, and that's always fun. But it's a bit difficult to do if you know if these are, by the way, and here's a note, if they are non-ball bearings, ball bearings also makes this impossible to do because of the way the mechanism works. You're dealing with ball bearings and springs instead of little like levers. And it's unshielded, which means they haven't put, and we're going to get into that with another lock in a bit, that some lock manufacturers, even things like Master Lock number 3s, put a sort of a small piece of metal known as a wafer between the lock core and the actuator, so that you can't push all the way past the lock core and grip anything. And that's a very common way they prevent this sort of shimming from happening. But even then, the base thing that everyone does is most locks have two-sided lock grasps for the shackle. So if you think it can work, but you need to grip in like a different, you need to, but you think they have 2 of them, but you think you can shim it with the shank, you need to actually pull up on the lock shackle the tension, or like if it's locked onto something, because this basically works for padlocks, you pull down on it to put tension, and then you grip and move the mechanisms, and that will cause them to seize up and hold there so they don't slip back in place as you're going back and forth between the 2 mechanisms. I actually want to try 2 things here, because we're going to go back to this. This is the Master Lock 140. This uses a double-sided lock parlor system with its actuator. I actually want to see with the shank if this might be, because it's a smaller, this is a way smaller and shorter lock body than the plastic lock. I want to see if we can actually reach in and put some tension on the shackle here, reach in and move those actuators. So let's see if that actually works on here or not. So it's gripping on something. I felt that. Okay, so it's gripping on something. I think what I'm going to do here, just for my own sanity, because that lock body is so small, I'm going to clip a lock onto that lock, the lock that we're trying to bypass, just so I have better grip. And I'm just going to do the stupid fast method in this case and use the key and open this. So now I have wedded, and there's your incense reward, I have wedded two terrible master locks together, the unholy abomination that no actual lock sporter wants to see, because you just would laugh. You would basically, the way the lock would defeat the lock picker if you saw master lock number 3 lock to a master lock 140 is that the lock sporter would laugh so hard that they would injure themselves and thus not being able to pick the lock. So now that I have a better grip on this, we're gonna put some tension here. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna see if I can grab any of these lock parlors to open. Which means I have to find the right angle. And I know for this one it's a steep angle. Oh, I accidentally pushed that back in. Let's try that again. Okay, let's see if I can get anything from the bottom. Okay, I feel something moving, but the problem is it seems the springs are super strong, so it feels like they keep snapping back into place. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to open it with the shank. I do know of another way to open these, so we'll get to that when we get there. So I'm actually going to now unwed these two, and we're going to continue on. But that's the shank. And the reason why I'm teaching the shank is I'm going to now mess with the wafer lock, because that only has one locking parlor. If I'm able to reach it, I don't even know if there's a wafer that prevents me from reaching it. So I'm just going to doodle with this. It's a wafer lock, and there's 2 locking parlors on one side. So if I do it, I'm going to have to do it twice on one side. But the reason why I'm teaching you the simple shank is because, way wrong tool. That would have been fatal. Not for me, but for the tool itself. Is that, this is interesting in here. Fascinating. Is that the technique that I just showed you there, where you're using a long, thin piece of metal that's sturdy to go all the way in the back and manipulate the gears that move the actuators so that you can move the locking parlors out of the way, is the basic stuff that you're going to need for the other bypasses. And so the next one I want to show everyone is a way to use a tool in the way that it's technically not supposed to be used, using the same kind of technique as the shank, which is not the way it's supposed to be used. So I brought this bastard on the show. This is known as one of the worst locks in the world, in my opinion. I literally picked this out of its case. One, there's a small lock body on the side. If you don't, it's a combination lock, but they put a small lock on the sides, and if you have tools and tension wrenches that fits in there, you can single pin pick all the 4 pins with no security in them, no security pins in them, and you can rake it open. I have not tried the shank yet on it. I don't even know if that will fit in there, but that's one way. And another thing is, as I showed earlier, this is known as a decoding tool. At Sparrows, it's known as the Sparrows Ultra Decoder, but you can just call them decoder tools. Very thin piece of metal, as I said. With the shank, this is like 25,000th of an inch, maybe 20,000ths of an inch, because let's see, it feels, I think it's 25 thousandths because it feels a bit more stiff and thicker than my lock picks, which are all 20,000ths of an inch. But yeah, it should be 25 thousandths of an inch, I believe, and it is super thick, but it's sturdy, and it has the reach, and with the way it's tapered, it can fit into a lot of different lock surfaces. You just need to peel that bit off at the bottom. This, on the other hand, is super thin. This is 15 thousandths of an inch. You can also make these out of like soda cans and beer cans. You can hear it. Very thin, extremely flexible, which also means it's more delicate. And what this is used for is, as it says, is decoding, meaning as we covered in an episode, I think that may have been episode 10, like 9 or 10, maybe 11, one of those episodes, somewhere around there. I need to remember the episode names in the future or write them in my notes. But there's gaps between the wheels of these sort of decoding locks. And so what you use is a thin piece of metal like the ultimate decoder, and you can either rub along the side of the wheel or stick it in between the wheels, tilt it until it moves. But basically, when you find a gap, you know that's the actual setup number range. And when you line up all the true gates or the gaps and pull on the shackle, it might open. If it doesn't, you have the right order, but the wrong combination. So you just keep moving them up one, all like each one up at a time. Up, up, pull. That doesn't work. Up, pull. And you keep doing that until it opens. And that's what it's used for. So you like put this on the side here, and I'm going to use the tilt method. And then as you turn it, it tilt back really far. So I know it's between 9 and 8. I'm going to set it at 8. And we're going to try that again on this one. Glad I have the long nails now to like properly rotate these wheels. Oh, it rotated here, so it's probably between 4 and 3, so I'm going to leave it at 3. I don't know if we're going to get an open on this. I'm just trying to show how you would normally use the decoding tool. So that was between 8 and 7. I'm going to leave it at 8. And then that was between 3 and 2. I'm going to leave that at 3, just like before. So that didn't work. And then normally what I would do is just move all of these up 1. And we would keep trying this until we get an open. I don't think we're going to get an open because I just did this really quick just to demo how you would normally use this decoding tool. Now what's nuts about this decoding tool is, what if I could tell you, you don't even have to use this tool, I'm going to set everything to 0, to decode this lock. That there's an even simpler thing you can do the decoding tool. I've done it a couple of times as sort of like a carnival game trick. I will also say a lot of these bypasses, particularly this one, honestly, I've done these at bars and at parties, and this always elicits like an ooh and an ah and like a wonder from people you're presenting this to, especially if you're trying to get someone with someone you're attracted to. Just putting that out there, and that there is a bypass technique you can actually do with the decoding tool. But it's kind of crazy because it doesn't work on everything, almost. This is a Master Lock 175. In fact, what's particularly it's known as is a Master Lock 175D. These were manufactured, I believe, late in the 70s, possibly late 60s. And this is a super common lock. You've probably seen these locks on like various department stores and groceries and stuff in your neighborhood. These are still made today. Now, I will say here that while I can decode this, I can't show you the bypasses because on this one, because I actually, unfortunately, bought the only Master Lock 175 that had a manufacturing flaw where the third wheel on it is way too big. You can actually feel when you move the third wheel, it's super stiff. So the bypass technique actually doesn't work on this, not because they've upgraded security. You can buy a 175D and do this trick I'm going to show you instead of decoding it, but this one is just defective. I'm going to also bring that up when we get to a certain other lock, but that sometimes happens is, these is manufacturing, especially mass manufacturing, you can often find defective ones. However, the internals of this is really common and cloned in a lot of locks, both by Master Lock themselves, as well as various other company locks and clones, such as Brinks and all sorts of things, as I'm bringing up a YouTube video in a moment. And so what's crazy is, this is the Master Lock, this is the M176, and this is supposed to be the super successor to the 175. This is supposed to be like, has a better hardened shackle and has the extra side thing that actually makes it more easy to break into. So, hold on a second. 175 bypass. I didn't think of this until now, so bear with me here. But what's crazy is that this lock was designed in the 70s. This one was designed a couple of years ago, I think like 6-7 years ago. And yet these two locks, one from the 70s, one from basically now, have the same internals. It has the same internals. Nothing's changed. Meaning that because the newer one that I bought is not defective, because the newer one is not defective, let's see if I can find it here. It's not there, so I just want to check. Okay, I have to go do a different video.
So that it will.
I should be able to use the bypass on the 175, the old one from the 70s, on this newer one because they're the same internal designs. So this, hi Dare, do you also have a YouTube channel? I don't have a personal YouTube channel, but our group DEFCON 201 does have a YouTube channel, and all the shows that we stream on DLive and Twitch and Facebook and stuff, we stream on YouTube as well, but it gets archived on there. Like YouTube only holds it for a couple of days. Let's try this. YouTube, unless they ban us, holds it there indefinitely. So every time these are recorded, if you go to YouTube, you can find almost all, because I have to correct some, episodes of Master of Unlocking in the past, as well as recordings of our other shows and meetings. If you want to look at all of our other social media and places that we keep, there we go, that fell on my foot, ow, recordings of our meetings and broadcasts, you can go to that social media link there that we post, that link tree, and that has all of them there. I also want to, again, remind people that we are trying to raise money for the Child's Play charity. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with Chucky movies, but basically, and I just put the link so you can donate. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down, click the widget. You go through Tiltify. We don't touch any of the money. We are almost 1/3 of our way to our $300 goal. Even if we don't make that, all the money that you donate, even if it's just $1 or $5, although I'd love 20s and 50s, but if you can only afford, it's a terrible economy. The economy is in shambles, even before COVID. So if you only have $1 or $5 to spare, like I do, you can do that, and all the money will go to basically help sick and injured kids who have physical and mental disabilities, suffer from domestic abuse, or got contracted COVID, or a tree fell on them, from having a not shitty Christmas, whether it's relieving them of their pain through fun, such as video games and VR equipment, or getting them the gear that they need, such as treadmills and crutches and other rehabilitation equipment and programs, for them to have either ease their suffering or to basically start their 2021 a lot better than all of 2020. And I think we can all relate to that. So if you want to donate a couple of bucks and I get the notifications for them and cheer you on, you can do that. Also, if you click that like button, subscribe or share on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, and Facebook technically, I get notifications for that too. Same thing if you send in lemons, bits, or super chats. I can see you, cheer you on. I super cheer you on if you donate to our charity. We're going to be doing that until New Year's Day. So please get your stuff in as soon as you can. Come on, let's become Hacker Santa. Let's do this. We had so many Hacker Santas on our meeting stream last Friday, so it was really great. Back to this. So I'm going to show you this bypass technique. So this is how this works. What we're going to do is we're going to insert the decoding tool past into the lock body, and we're going to do it at a, and this is the key, we're going to do it at a downward slant. So that goes underneath the actuator, because there's a big whole plate in here, and that's the actual pressure plate that engages the actuator for the shackle. And what then we're going to do is, once we're underneath that plate, we're going to tilt the bypass tool up, the decoder tool now used as a bypass for this technique, up, and that's going to push that pressure plate up, which is going to move the actuator in here and disengage the shackle, and thus open the lock. Instead of, it's basically going to think that we decoded the wheels and pressed in to do the actuator, because once you decode the wheels, you have to press the shackle into the lock body, and that pushes the plate and it opens. It's going to think we already decoded the wheels and do that. So I'm going to show you the exact technique. So you take the thin decoder tool, whether you get it from Sparrows or Peterson or Southward or from whatever, and as long as it's a thin piece of metal. Again, we did a previous episode where we made DIY tools. You can make these as soda cans. They just have to be super thin, 15 thousandths of an inch, and in this sort of like wedge shape with that tapered tip, but have the tip flat. You'll notice that compared to the shank has a very pointy, extremely tapered tip. While let me hold these better without them breaking. So the shank at the bottom has a super tapered, very pointy, it's actually a stabby tip, while the bottom one is, goes to kind of a tip, but it's dull and less tapered. So because it's normally used for bypasses, what you're going to do is you're going to take this thin piece of metal, and you're going to count, the serial number should be on the left. That actually tells you that it's on the top. I hate to haze this person here, but he already knows what I'm going to say. I made the error of not realizing that when I gave this lock to somebody, that they were actually holding it upside down, meaning the serial numbers were on the right side instead of the left side, which means he was just pushing against bare metal of the lock body. There was no pressure plate, and essentially, which sometimes can happen with these tools anyhow, but he like instantly broke this tool and apologized and got me a new one. So I'm very thankful that he did that. But now I make sure to go out of the way that when you see the serial number here, like how do you know it's the right way up for this bypass? You see all the wheels, you're going to hold it horizontally. If the serial numbers are on the left side, you're the right way up. So if all the numbers look the right way up, the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s serial numbers are to the left, that means you're holding this the correct way. And you're going to use the flat edge, not the edge that tapers off, the flat edge of the decoder tool. And you're going to go to the third wheel. Now, I believe for me what works the best on the third wheel is the left side. Sometimes on some of them it might be the right side, but you'll know it's the wrong way even if you do the other wheels, because when you push in, it's going to want to curve upwards, and that's why you have that taper tip at the bottom, because if it's the wrong way it will curve upwards. You don't do a lot of force for this, by the way, at least at this point. So this is going to be the left side of the third wheel, because we all know it's like being the third wheel. And watch when we put this in. Let me line this up better. There we go. It can actually slide into the lock mechanism. You see that? This is where we get demonetized because this looks suggestive after the new Instagram terms of service. And what you're going to do here is you're going to slide this all in the block body at a slightly downward angle here as far as you can into it. Now here's the note. While they provide this giant handle, here's a tip you're going to learn through this entire bypass. Do not use the handle, I'm just using it for visual demonstration, but do not use the handle to slide it in, and do not use the handle to put pressure on the plate and do it. You will break this tool. The way you're going to hold this is you're going to actually hold it by the metal between your finger and your thumb. And that's how you're going to guide it in, and that's how you're going to pressure it. So we're going to slide on the left side of that third wheel, if I get it lined up because I have bad vision. We're going to push that using the metal itself. Our fingers are on the metal. Slide it in a slightly downward slant all the way in the lock body, and it kind of holds that way. It's like all jingly and stuff. Boing, boing. Looks like a suggestive thing. Now, with that, the downward angle, we're now underneath the pressure plate. And so as you saw here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my hand on the top of where the handle is going to be, but I'm not going to grab the handle. I'm going to grab the metal at the base where it's attached to, because that will make sure this doesn't break, and this will make sure I also have enough leverage despite how thin the metal is. So pinching the metal at the base where it connects to the handle between the two fingers, I'm going to then push down on the handle, so that means the tip that's inside here is going to go up. My hand's going to go down. It's like a seesaw, and it's going to put that pressure plate on the top. And right before I do that, as I do that, I'm going to push the shackle in, and that's going to engage the actuator with the sensor plate. So here we go. So it's all the way down to slant. I'm going to hold it at its base here. I'm going to push up on that plate, push in. It's stuck, that's why. And we got an open. I wish I had like a Dremeled or see-through one of these, but I'll show this to you again. This is how you take a decoder tool for combination locks, and if it has a 175 clone lock body, and there's entire wikis and stuff where this has the same internals, even though it's a modern day lock, as this lock designed in the 70s. All 175s, unless you have a defect like the unfortunate one I have here, this bypass will work, including this Master Lock M176, which you can easily get at like Home Depot and Lowe's. So again, you have these wheels. We know it's the correct way because I can read all the numbers facing up. Read all the numbers facing up. And I'll also do a close-up cam one, so don't worry. And the main thing is there's the serial numbers. When I hold it horizontally, to you it will look vertically, but when I hold it like this, and it's mirrored, by the way, the camera, this should be on the left. So the way I can see it, I'll hold it like this. That's how it should look. It should be on the left side. And then you're going to count from the serial number from left to right. 1, 2, 3. That's that third wheel. And you're going to be, that's the right side of the third wheel. That's the left side of the third wheel. You're going to go in the third wheel on the left side. And you're going to do it with the decoder tool. The entire flat end. Let me get the camera. The flat end, the one that goes all the way to the tip completely straight, not this one here that slightly curves downward. You're going to want that curve to be facing down. It's going to be the top left side of the third wheel. And we're going to go in. Oh, There we go. And pinch where the metal meets the handle. We're not holding the handle itself. That's how you break this. Holding it at the base where the metal meets the handle, and we're going to push it into, so it slides all the way into the lock body here. It should go in pretty deep, almost where there's basically like 2 centimeters of space. And then I'm going to switch hand positions very carefully. I'm going to go over the handle, so now I'm at the top of the handle here. I'll hold it more like this so everyone can see. And I'm going to continue to pinch where this metal meets this handle. I'm holding the metal itself. I'm not using the plastic handle. I'm holding the metal here, right at this base. And I'm going to push down, which will move this plate. So my hand's going to go down, and the tip's going to go up. It's like a seesaw. When the one side goes down, the other goes up. That's going to push this sensor plate here. And right when that that pressure plate moves, thanks to this bypass, or this decoder tool that's a bypass, I'm going to push in the shackle like I would normally do if I had the right combination. And when the shackle, when I stop pushing pressure on it, it will open just like it normally does. So I'm holding it at the metal base at this angle, left side of the third wheel at a downward angle, pinch at the bottom here, holding the metal, push down on the pressure plate as I push the shackle in, moves the pressure plate, and now we have an open. So that's how that works. I'm going to do a close-up one with no commentary, or very little commentary, and we will see that again, then move on to the next bypass. So let's see, what's the correct angle here? This one. So flat edge of the decoding tool, tapered side at the bottom, serial numbers on the left, count left to right, 1, 2, 3, that's the third wheel, left top side, third wheel, pinch at the base of the actual metal, not the handle. Go at a downward angle like this to feed it in. Should feed mostly in the way of the lock body. Change position. Pinch at the metal again, not the handle. You're going to push the shackle in as you push down on the metal. It's like a seesaw. I'm going to do this weird combination here. So I'm pushing down. And I just move the pressure plate. And then when I release the shackle tension with this, it's just so much pressure that it gets stuck. And it opens. And so again, we can't shackle shim it because of this hexagonal shape, and I believe it uses locking pulls, but the springs are really high tension. We'd never be able to get that in. Also, the lock body perfectly fits the shackle. And instead of wasting time decoding these, because this is the same innards as a 175, just like this guy here from the 70s, I was able to use a decoding tool as a bypass tool and just shim it open. And because the Master Lock 175 is cloned so much and is also still in production to this day, never mind all of the other, like, which we've seen on the show where I've decoded key boxes manually and other wheel coding sort of locking mechanisms. I think it's a very important tool to have. Definitely get a thin decoder tool from Sparrows or Peterson's or Southord or wherever you can get them from. Or if you're really cheap, get your beer or your favorite soda in a metal can, drink it, wash it out, let it dry, and then cut a thin strip of metal like that. Just be careful of the edges. And it'll only probably work like 3 or 5 times, but it'll work the same way. Both for decoding and bypassing. And we're going to quickly switch back to the browser here, because I kind of want to show the inside a bit, if I can find the right video because I don't have one that's dremeled out to look on the inside. This is from Isricat. I think I found the right one here, of what it looks like on the inside of this. So that's kind of when you remove it out of the lock body right there, all that internal brass and everything.
And I've had not much success with the picking
kids
part.
are screaming everywhere. Again, also, he wrote thin pick. See, you have the wheels and the different notches. That's what you're feeling for with normal decoding tools. Is those notches, you line them up, and then when you get them all lined up in the right order on the wheel on any side, that's when it opens.
Right there.
But because of all the space in the lock body, as we covered in the decoding section, as well as every time I do this as a party trick,
right down
you can use a thin piece of metal.
Now, the thing that people...
emphasize impact, in fact. Emphasize impact, in fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact, in fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact, in fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact, emphasize impact, girl, you know I like that.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring more scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
There you go.
Now let's see if this actually works with audio here. We're going to find out in a moment because, again, there's a bit of a delay. Of course, I have to have this type of night, right? There we go. Audio. Yay. Well, so, hi. Welcome back to the Master of Unlocking. I am your host, Sidepocket. I am one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group gathering that meets every third Friday of the month in Jersey City, New Jersey. We actually had a meeting 2 days ago. If you want to know more information about that, you can go to our website, defcon201.org, or find us on Twitter at defcon21nj, or any of the other stuff. So, what the heck just happened? Well, we were having a stream, and don't worry, from as far as I know, I don't think we got hacked. I mean, you know, I won't say that we have like enemies or whatever, but you know, hackers, we often get badgered for stuff, including actual badgers. But you know, what do you call it? We were having a stream, and then despite apparently everyone else internet working, our internet just disparate on the stream. Like nothing basically worked. It was really infuriating, and was going insane here, and basically we had to do the simple, have you tried turning it on and off again, that you get from tech support, except it actually worked. Let's go back to OBS here. So we're going to resume the show now under a different sort of thing, and I'm going to debate on, I might keep these two videos separate because we've done that in the past when they've bisected. It's not our fault. It's probably Verizon voltages and stuff like that. Someone probably hit a utility pole because it's Christmas and everyone drives drunk around New Jersey, even more than usual. But I might patch these two together. Who knows? What I will do is I will quickly go over the two rules of Tool the Open Organizational Lockpickers. You can find them at tool.us, and there's the new Incent reward. And then I'm going to go over the charity thing we're doing real quick, and then I will do a very quick recap of all the stuff that we've learned so far, because we're slightly over halfway through the episode, and then I'm going to do the rest of the bypasses, and this should be fun. So before we do the camera tilt down, I want to do the 2 rules of Tool that we also abide to on the show, despite this not being sponsored by Tool, even though I am an open organization of pickers. Can't say it. Peter Parker Picker Prepper. There we go. Member, which is 1, do not pick locks that you rely on. If after you learn all this and you see a lock, and you know you have like a lock like this around your house, or you want to try to pick your doorknob lock, please don't do so, because you rely on that lock. Not only do you risk breaking your lock-picking tools and the bypass techniques I'm going to teach, you also run the risk of breaking the lock itself. And every time you pick a lock or bypass a lock, you wear it down. So not only does it slightly less work well in the future, but over time it will also make all those bypasses and picks easier to do, which means someone who knows this knowledge will be able to pick your lock way easier than it normally would if it was all lemony fresh, just using normal keys. And the second thing is, do not pick locks that you don't own. If after this you walk around and you're like, hey, I saw this, type of American lock. It's on this like storefront here. I have the tools. I'm gonna go try and pick it. Please don't, because it's good for you and me and the other person if you don't, because that's trespassing. There's probably a good reason why they put the lock on there. They also own that lock, and that you didn't have permission to pick that. And if you get in legal hot water, I told you to not do that, because that's what happens when you do that. So there's the 2 simple rules. Do not pick locks that you rely on, and don't pick locks that you don't own. All the locks that you see on here, I personally own, and I give permission to other people when we normally meet in person, when COVID's not going around. All these locks I own, and they're literally just here for me and other people to practice lock picking on and bypassing and other lock exploit skills. So today's episode is the last episode before 2020. This is a summary of the year. It's like, it's 2020's ending. I'm like, oh, it's a light at the end of the tunnel, and then literally the light goes out with the whole internet just dying on the stream. So, this is totally a 2020 stream. I actually realized one of my hair wisps looks like a cat. I don't know why. And on this episode, we thought we would end everything by, instead of doing our normal pin and tumblers and single pin picking and doing all this fanciful stuff, we're just going to do quick and dirty, learning how to bypass locks. We're not going to pin pick and do tension wrenches and stuff like that. We are working with actuators, doors, levers, and stuff to just do bup, 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 and they're open. And that's what we've been covering on this episode. So I'm going to do the camera tilt down. And I also want to remind people that we are trying to raise money for the Child's Play charity. If I can switch to the other screen here properly. Keyword is properly. They are an awesome group that's run by the Penny Arcade people. We were at the Penny Arcade Expo East, or PAX East, in February, and had a great time talking about video game hacks. I don't have the prompt for this, so you just have to trust me that here is the link where you can donate. If you're rich and you have $20 or $50 or more to blow, go right ahead. But if you have, times are tight, especially with COVID and unemployment, I definitely know, because I'm in that category despite being an essential worker. And if you have $1, $3, $5, $10 to share, any amount, it goes straight through Tiltify at that link, or if you're on Twitch, there's a widget you can scroll below to donate directly. And basically what they do is they get games as well as hospital equipment to help either heal or to help to recover, or to make the lives happier of children who are suffering from permanent and solvable physical and mental disabilities, kids of all ages who suffer from all sorts of different types of domestic abuse, and kids who have got infections like COVID, or have had a tree fall on them and they got injured. Basically, we want everyone to be Hacker Santa. So if you want to be Hacker Santa only for a couple of dollars, you can donate at that link, or go to the Tiltify widget we have below on Twitch. All that money goes to Tiltify. They're a 50c3. We don't touch any of it. And even if we don't meet our goal, and we are literally barely 1/3 of the way through our goal, because a lot of people became Hacker Santa 2 days ago, and I want to see that, even if it's just $1, that all the money you donate, don't worry about goals. If you donate $5, that $5 is going to go to help kids be better in 2021 than they did in 2020. So let's be Hacker Santa and let's do all of this. And speaking of doing all this, by the way, also if you like this content, you can hit that bell, click like and share and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and follow us on Facebook. And whether that or when you donate to the Child's Play charity we're running, I get notifications for those. I cheer people on. I did that at the previous stream, so I hope I would like to see that tonight. That would be great. Let's do a quick recap. What we've been learning is bypasses. So instead of what we normally do on the show, that I'll show on this clear padlock here where we put the tension wrench in, and then we like pick any tool. It can be a rake, or I'm just going to choose a rake or a single pin pick. And we go in and we deal with the key pins and driver pins, and we get them all at the good shear liney goodness, and then we cause it to turn and open it. We're not doing any of that. We are just we're using the shackle. We're using the actuator. We're using the spring tension in the gears. We're using decoding tools in the way they weren't meant to be used. And we're dealing with everything but those key pins and driver pins. Basically anything a key does, we're not dealing with. And we've discussed so far, and you can check the pre-recorded episode when you get there, of all the different techniques. And so we started off with the shackle, where we have these things called shackle shims, where you, and I think I have the wrong size here, but basically, let's find a smaller one here, where if you have enough space and they're not ball bearing lock pullers, you can use these shackle shims to wedge them in on the side and turn them around, and that pushes these two. This basically activate. This pushes the my brain's not working today because that stream died. Puts these locking parlors out of the way, kind of the same way how the actuator pulls them out of the way with the spring. And as you can see with that launch, it instantly opens. So that was one bypass we used, and we tried out. We also went in, and I'm not going to do probably the full gamut here, but we put some tension on the shackle itself when you use this long pointy thing known as shank. It's this one's from Sparrows. It's not very flexible, but it's solid and it tapers to a point you could actually literally cause decent harm by stabbing someone with this. And we were digging in the back of this lock, and we were moving the pieces in, removing the mechanics in here of the actual actuator by going in at sharp angles and such to disengage the shackle, and thus everything opens. I don't know if we can replicate that this time. It took a while last time. Oh, almost got it. Come on. Because it's not long enough. I'm going to again go back to the other backup tool that we have, because it has a longer reach. We kind of explained with, I'm going to give up here. We kind of explained with the other thing that a lot of times these shanks are over dipped, so we recommend using a razor blade with caution and cut this sort of soft foam off so that you have a longer reach and thus have a better grip on those sort of mechanisms. And the other thing that we covered here, what did we cover? Oh, was we took this decoding tool, which is a thin piece of metal that you normally use to feel between the wheels of decoding locks to figure out what the combination is. But if they are similar to the much widely cloned Master Lock 175s, which started in the 70s, this modern lock has the same interior. So we told how you use the top left side of the third wheel with the serial numbers facing on your left, 1, 2, 3 at the top. You grab the metal, not the actual handle grip, and you slide that, hold on, there we go, you slide that all the way the lock body in, and then you're gonna hold the metal again, you're gonna press down on the shackle, push that pressure plate up, and then you have an open. So we took an existing tool that was meant for a slower, much more methodological method, but because of a major flaw in the much cloned 175 combination lock design, we were able to bypass it. Now we're actually going to get into, this is what we were going to do before the stream decided to commit Sudoku, is a little bit more in depth into some of these other ones. And the next one we're going to do, because now you know about locking parlors, is we're going to go back to these Master Lock number 3s. Now, as you've seen before, I always recommend the 120 to 140 series. And then once you're good with that series, they call these little brass boys or girls, you upgrade to these Master Lock number 3s. One, because both of these are incredibly common. Two, once I teach people on the practice tumblers that I normally bring in, I also know you can get them online from different. There's Sparrows sells them. Tool itself at TOOOL, that's Tool with 3 O's .us sells them. Lockpick Extreme sells these. You can find a lot of practice the preset made practice tumblers everywhere. But I have people who are like, oh, because I tell people, oh, you picked 4 pins, now you're ready for your first lock, and I either give them these. If they're a little bit more novice, I usually give them unless they're all out, one of these Master Lock 140s, and if they want something a little tougher, and I use tough loosely, I give them these Master Lock number 3s, and I've taught 5-year-olds how to open these, and grandmas how to open these. They're really fun. But there's these locks are so incredibly crappy that there is a bypass for these two, with a very big exception. Because another thing we've been doing with these bypasses is we have. Let me go back and just attempt to rectify something right now, if I possibly can. One of the things that we've been showing is that why, even though I recommend things like this ultra decoding tool, not only can you bypass with it, it's a decoder. You're going to run into combination locks. This is an invaluable tool in your kit. I keep this on my everyday carry all the time. But one of the things that we definitely do get into on the show, let me correct that, is, if these bypass tools are so quick, like that shackle shim bypass that I showed you folks, then why don't we just why do we even bother with lockpicking tools? Why don't we just carry all these bypasses around? And we've seen various flaws in locks and upgrades that lock companies have done to prevent things like that. So, for example, those shackle cores only work on these wedge-shaped locking parlors. If these were ball bearings, like even these new Master Lock number 3s have ball bearings in them. If you get one right off the shelf now at Home Depot or Lowe's, they have these. You cannot, even if you can fit the shims in there, you can't open them because of the way the ball bearings and spring mechanisms are designed. It's physically impossible to open. And so we're going to kind of get into that with this thing. And you're probably noticing these weird thin shiny boys. I was using them in addition to the shank to try to open that clear lock earlier. And you're probably wondering what these are. Well, they go by a bunch of different names, but this is commonly known as the Common Master Lock Bypass, otherwise known on Sparrows, where I got these from, as the Master Switch. And it's a really cool bypass, but to be honest, not as common and important as you think. And I'm going to tell you and show you why. And we're going to try this on this lock. Now, the thing, and I want you to all remember about this lock, is you notice that it looks like a master lock, and it quacks like a master lock, and it smells like a master lock. And to be honest, it's quite as stupid for the most part as a master lock. But you'll notice there's differences here. So it doesn't say master lock on it. When you look at the top, there is no master lock emblem on here. And also the rivets are different. And then when you look at the bottom, it says the 40 millimeter size, and then it says it's made in China. Also, the keyway is slightly different, and that's because this is essentially a Master Lock bootleg clone, hence why it's made in China. And it's not particularly that China why this works well, but I will explain why this works well. And how these Master Switch system works is very similar to what we've been doing before with the shank, where remember how with the shank we were hooking into the locking parlor mechanism that the actuator uses, and we were manipulating that in the back. And because they had there's 2 indents, so on each side of the shackle there's an indent, we had to put pressure on the top because we had to grab and manipulate each one of them bit by bit until they opened. This is the same technique, but way more simplified. And here's how this works. And I don't think I need the zoom camera, but I will stand up and show everybody. So there's 2 of these, and they look very similar. But if you look closely at the head tips here, you'll notice that, and I actually might use the close-up camera in a moment, that the bottom one here has this weird wicked curve to it. And the other one is just this, it's still long and pointy and curved, but it's very blank. Let's try to bring up the close-up camera for this. Where is my cursor? My cursor went here somewhere. Ah, here it is. So hopefully if the focus happens, you will notice that one. Let me get something with a black background on it. Let's get my lockpicking case. That bottom one, the bottom. God, I think we broke a record with innuendos on today's show. But that bottom one there has this like more of an indent curve to it. But that top one, while still long and pointy, is just a curve. That bottom one we refer to as a talon. It actually goes in at the top of the keyway. That curved straight one that doesn't have that hook like nail tip on it, that is goes at the bottom of the keyway. And I will show you how this works now. So you take that one with the talon that we had earlier. We're going to do this one at a time. And so this one is going to be, the point's going to be, so this is the top of the lock. That's where all the key pins are at the top here, and that's the bottom of the keyway. Top of the keyway, let me get this in the top of the keyway, bottom of the keyway, top of the keyway, bottom of the keyway. So we want this flat curved side here facing upwards towards the pins, and that talon point facing down. And what we're going to do is we're going to stick it in slightly, and we're going to push all the pins up, and then we're going to, at a slightly upward angle, slide this all the way in the back, and you might hear it click, but I will feel it go into like, it seems like a pre-made notch. And there it goes. And how I know I'm in the correct notch is that the tip of it is buried into the actual actuator for the locking pawl, and which I'll show later. And the pins are putting, with the springs in them, are putting pressure on this talon piece. So as you can see, I can like do that, and I can leave that in there like it is, and it's not going to go anywhere. So now this is where it gets tricky, because this is like a super piece of shit when it comes to this. I'm going to take the other one, the one that doesn't have the talon tip. And if this one went at the top, this goes in the reverse way. So we want that curved bottom here facing downward with that point facing towards the pins, pointing upward. And you want to go for the widest part here, so we're going to go bottom of the keyway, the left side. So that's this is the left side. We want to go to the right side here, left, right, left, right. So not the left, the right side of where this top talon master switch is buried. So we go at the bottom of the keyway, and we push all the way back, whoop, and see, it already did it. It then locks into place. Now normally on like a master lock what this works on, what you do is you grab both of these in the middle here and you wiggle them back and forth. Not fast or anything, just slowly wiggle them, and this whole thing should pop within half a second. So we're going to do that. We're going to hold this so it's like we're holding one tool, even though these are two pieces of tools, and we're going to move it up and down. And see, that's all it took, and it popped open. Now I want to show two cool things, because we're going to try this again, about how particularly susceptible this Chinese knockoff is to this technique. Once again, we're going to put top talon in. I'm going to push all those key pins, do it at an angle, put in place. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the bottom one, and I'm going to go that left side bottom again, but I'm going to literally push in as hard as I can at the bottom one, and it should also pop. Possibly. Let's try that. There we go, it's the top one. And that opened. So I didn't even wiggle it. I just pushed them in hard enough and they popped open. And sometimes when you put them in, this tolerance is so low that it just might instantly just pop open for no reason. It just, let's try to slide this in. Okay, this time it didn't, but yeah, and it just pops open. So sometimes it basically prematurely opens. We all have those problems, and we have therapy for those. But I'm going to show everyone why this works, and why, even though this seems really cool and a great way, so even though you can kind of pick these once you know what you're doing really fast, this seems like, oh man, I want to do this. I'm going to show you why this is an oddity carry. This is something that you carry as like a backup or an auxiliary thing if you want to carry it. Otherwise, this is just a cool trick, and they also make decent letter openers. So when I open this lock, you can kind of see in here, and I might have to grab the flashlight again. Let's see if I can angle this correctly. But yeah, you see that there's that metal, oh, sorry for anyone who's blind right now, but there's that metal, actually I don't need the flashlight. there's like a metal piece at, let's tilt it that way, at the bottom. You can see it's kind of like glowing there due to the light. If I take that talon and I can push down on it, that's the actual locking pawl, right? And what this talon is doing is when it slides into that notch, it's actually sliding, if we look at that clear lock, into that spring-loaded actuator that's the top part of the T. And this is designed for its size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to angle this again. You're going to see that metal piece. You see how, like, when I touch it, I can move it up and down. I'm going to put it in like I did before at that angle, pushing all the pins up. And when it slides into place, watch this little highlight part, that little piece. See that I'm pushing and it's moving up and down? You see that piece? Everyone in chat? Watch what happens when I slide it in. Take a look at it and watch what it does. You see that? I'm going to try that again. Do it one more time, because this is such an odd angle for me to do this at. That's what she said. But yes, if you look closely enough, it actually moves down when you stick this in here correctly. And the problem is I'm used to doing this at a different angle. Let's try it. Let's try it this way. Maybe we can see it that way. Let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. So there's that little metal piece right there. So it moved. It moved down when I did that. I'm going to put that in again. Putting it in. It moved. And what you can't see is when I put that other piece, the non-talon one at the bottom, it does the same thing to the other side. And so what it's essentially doing is the same thing G.I. Jack's shank did, but there's two of them on each side, basically split roasting the master lock number 3, if we want to be technical, at the same time. In fact, that actually makes this hard to lock in close. So what it does is when we do it in that slot, it's not technically a slot. We're actually going into the mechanism of the actuator. And then when we put it at the bottom, it's doing the same thing. And basically, this engages both of the actuators at the same time with the locking pawl. And because it squeezes them at the same time, it retracts them back and it opens. That's how this works. So you're kind of thinking, oh, why did I even bother the past couple episodes trying to pick these master locks open when I could just use the master switch and do that? Well, remember how, we're going to go back to the camera here, how I said that these newer master locks that started to become in manufacturing about 5 years ago have ball bearings in them? Well, because of that type of new design, they don't need to have an open backing so that the key can reach all the way to the actuator, or any tool can. So, and you can hear this, as I said, and we'll compare. When I did this on this bootleg, and also this will happen with older master locks that aren't ball bearings, when I put this in here, you will hear, I feel a click, but you'll hear a click. And now it's in there and it can't move. Listen to what happens. I'm going to close this when I do the same thing with the new crappy master lock number 3. Ready? You hear this? I'm going to move all the pins up, and then I'm going to try to push it in. I'm pushing into nothing. I'm pushing into nothing. And I'm going to actually try to feel for a back here, and you'll be able to hear it. Hear that? I'm just scraping a wall. There's a solid wall there. It's not like they put in a wafer to prevent this. They don't need an empty space for anything to go into thanks to the ball bearing method that they use now. So it just hits a solid wall, meaning that despite how crappy these master lock number 3s are that you can get now, this master switch is useless for these modern ones. Now, this might be in handy if you encounter a lot of older locks, or you think you're going to encounter older master lock 1 through 5s, and this is just like, oh, it's from like 7 years ago. Okay, take the master switch out, you try it, and it works. But that's going to be uncommon as these more proliferate now, and I guarantee that most people, when they buy if they're going to buy a new lock, they're going to buy a new one of these, so that way it doesn't work. You might as well learn how to single pin pick and rake these. The funny thing is that this does work, kind of, for the modern master lock 140s and 120s, but because the shape is different, it's actually harder to do this technique on because it has the same thing. If I open this, which I'm literally just going to pick it open, like I tend to do because I know this particular lock so well that I never need the key for this unless I'm like completely wasted. And I think I've actually picked these open while drunk too. So I just want to reset there. And again, we're still raising money for the Child's Play charity for like injured and disabled kids and stuff like that during this holiday season. So we have the link in chat. There's also a little, there we go. There's also a little, what do you call it? The widget at the bottom if you're on Twitch. So if you have $1 or $5 or heck even $20 or $50 to spare, you can give that over and make a kid's 2021 way more better than 2020 whatever was. But I'm going to go to quick close-up cam again. So as you can see in here, just like with that Master Lock, that Chinese bootleg one, there's that little rectangular locking pole, and I can push down in there. Let's try to get that to focus again. I can push that down in there, just like I could with that Chinese knockoff. Just for comparison here, and I'll quickly use the key, I'm going to show you that I can touch the ball bearing, but I can barely, let's see, let's try to angle this correctly. There's the ball bearing that I can touch it, but I can like barely move it in. And again, that's because of the spring mechanism and the way ball bearings work. So this is susceptible, switch cams. This is susceptible to that same attack as that bootleg Master Lock number 3. And it's also, what do you call it? Same thing with the bootleg Master Lock number 3 and an older Master Lock number 3s, which I wish we had. By the way, Master Switch is supposed to work on Master Locks 1 through 5, so it's just not Master Lock number 3s. It's just 5 is semi-uncommon, and the others are super uncommon, so that's the whole thing. But in order for this to work on the Master Lock 140, what I have to do is I have to do the same thing where it's the talon point tip facing down, curve edge facing towards the pins, and push up. But because this lock body is so weird, I have to go in at that angle, find it digging in. See if I can find it. Okay, there it is. And I have to hold it there with my hand because these fit exactly the 1 through 5s. They're not designed for 140s and 120s. And then I have to go in and go to the other end, get that hooked on, and pinch them together if I can. And that should open the thing. And again, this is much harder to do. These were designed for Master Lock 1 through 5s, not for the 140 series. Let's see if I can. Okay, so that's that. So that's that. So I have that hooked in. So now I have it there. I'm gonna go in the right side. See if I can find the other one. See if I can push. Pushing down on one. I was doing this before. Hang on. Let's keep these here. See, I told you this is way more difficult to do, and I just slipped out. Like, you can do this. I've done this before off camera, but at this point, and it just popped open, so it was a little stuck. Oh, I forgot. I have to pull the shackle in order to do this. That's the part I forgot. So we're actually going to, and actually let me do this again. Let's do what I did before, and we're going to hook this Master Lock number 3 to the Master Lock 140 and make the worst Combatron, if you know your Transformers legend history, that no one ever wanted. This is like the marriage made in hell. I'm going to use, because now I have this extra lock, so I can pull back on the shackle. So we'll try this again. So I'm pulling back on it. Put the pins up. And hook onto the actuator here. There we go. There it is. So that's moved out of the way. I have to hold it there. I hope it didn't slip right there. And I have to go in at the other angle at the bottom. And then basically pinch both of these. And that should Oh, come on. I think it slipped, so that's why. It should open, maybe if I do this again. Again, like I said, you can use the master switch on the 140s, but I'm basically doing this the hard way. I am like on purpose. It's like a fighting game tournament. I'm on purpose handicapping myself because I'm going to give up here because, to be honest, the easiest thing to do with these 140s is to, if you want to do it fast, you just single pin pick them as I did before. If usually you want to do them ultra fast, even though this technically has a spool pin in there, there should be one in the back. If you want to do these even faster, you just do some tension. You take a rake. This normally happens super fast. I don't know why it's not. I guess I'm just having a bad day here on the stream. Please, if you have any questions in chat, there we go, or you want to cheer me up or something, let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And I just want to do again, even though I don't have the preface, there's the link again if you want to donate $1 or $5 to the Child's Play charity. You get to be Hacker Santa. We're trying to get 300. We're like literally almost a third of the way from the goal. We're going to be doing a live streaming in the future in order to catch up to that. And even if we don't meet our goal, all the money goes straight to all of the sick and injured kids out there this year who at different hospitals who are partnered with Child Play. So, you know, trust me, you'll feel good being Hacker Santa. And I get notifications for those. Same way I get notifications if you hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. It's great. So now we covered that bypass. So we only have 3 more to go because I'm getting really hungry. And, okay. I'm going to try the easiest one because I have a conundrum with this. So this really big, heavy monster, I mean, again, that is a heavy lock. Yeah, you drop this on your foot. That's why I'm doing this over the table. I'd rather drop it in the table to break than for my foot to break. This is an American lock. It's a Series 700. You probably have seen them. Yep, it's hefty. It's really designed to get... This big bad girl is designed for beatings, let me tell you, and has some minor security features. And you probably see these, especially in Jersey City, because that's another thing. Because normally I bring this stuff locally. I try to get a lot of locks, unless they're super special, like dimple locks, ironically enough, that are from the local New York, New Jersey area. So, like, if you go to Jersey City, almost every store has either this American lock or they have this American lock. These are the 2 common American locks, and American locks are known for their security pins and small keyways and recessed keyways and crazy bidding. We've covered this before. But what's cool about them, and again, just like with the Master Lock over the number 3s, the older versions of them, is that there is a bypass for this. Now, here's a little bit backstory before we attempt this bypass, because I hope it actually works on the screen. Modern day American lock series, these 2 types of American locks, Series 700s and I think 11,000s, have this little piece in there. It's a small wafer. We might take apart this lock and I'll show you how this fits. And what this wafer does is it covers the area inside the lock so that you can't use the bypass on it. Physically can't go through to reach the actuator in the back. Now, Peterson's, and they're the only people that I have ever seen who actually does this, and as much as I don't want to risk the internet right now, let me see if I can actually bring up that tool, Peterson lock pick American lock. That should bring up the product page for it, possibly. Got Lockpick World. Found the bypass tools page. So I found the tool for the bypass page. Let's see. That's their version of the master switch. Here we go. And then we'll switch over quickly to the browser window. So they sell this crazy tool, and if we want, we can bring up a Bosnian Bill from Lock Lab. Did an awesome video about this tool. Now, I don't have this tool, and that's because they give you the bypass and all of that, and as you can see here, it's $58. It's expensive as hell. High quality. They're the only place that I've seen that has it, but you get what you pay for. And apparently, you can also now just get the breakers themselves for slightly less, $48. And what these tools are designed to do is if you encounter a new American 700 or 11,000 series, you can use these. You can tell they're roughly key shape, and they go into the keyway, and then you use a hammer or a heavy object, and basically you hit the back of this with a hammer or hammer-like object, and that will puncture a hole directly through the wafer. And then when you puncture a wide enough hole, you can slip the bypass through and use it just like the older models. They also American Lock, which is a subdivision of Master Lock, because for some reason a lot of people don't know that. They also gave these wafers out to people who had the existing locks for these bypasses. But a lot of lock manufacturers, and definitely like your average Joe, like homeowner or pornographer or whatever, didn't know or didn't bother to use a screwdriver and take this apart to put the wafer in, even though it's a super easy install. And what I've done is, that's why I have this wafer, because I took the wafer out of this. And I'm going to show you the tool. And I hope this works, because initially this worked like a charm, but I think there's like odd mechanical issues in here. I probably did something stupid, and so it like kind of worked, kind of doesn't work. So hopefully this will work on screen. It used to like work every single time, so if it doesn't work, it's my fault. Because I'm also going to make the same thing when we get to the other major bypass tool that works on a certain wide range of locks. Also to note, before I show a close-up of this tool, there's a lot of clones of the 700s and 900 series. So we're going to use the close-up tool. So this is the notorious American Lock 700 and 1100 bypass. Let's get down here. And the nickname for these guys are called golf clubs, because they do look like that. Don't they look like a golf club with the little flag there? It's like 4, you know, like tee your hole in. Trump misses after 800 swings and then cheats anyhow and still loses. But no, and so what you'll notice here is it has a curved tip at the end. There's a curved tip, just like how I like it. A curved tip, get a black background. And it's curved, if you look at it head on, it is, let's see if I can do it head on. It's curved to the left slightly, and it's also at a certain angle, because if this angle was a little bit more straight, it wouldn't properly gauge the actuator. If it pointed too high up, it wouldn't be able to properly fit through the lock. So it has to be at the exact right angle, which honestly is what I think the issue is here. I've also lubed this up with WD-40 in addition to removing the wafer. And I will show you on the clear lock how this works, because believe it or not, this does work on the clear lock. So we're going to get into focus here. And so what we're doing, and I'm doing this, so when we do this properly, normally this goes the tip and the curve pointing at the bottom. So you're not pointing it at the pins, you're pointing it at the bottom of the keyway. But because of how this lock is arranged, it's the same actuator, but essentially upside down, we're going to do in the reverse and point it towards the pins. And so we're going to slide this all the way in, and it goes all the way in the back. And if I position this right, and you should be able to see this in here, let's see if I get this to focus well enough and at a right angle so there's not too much glare. You can see, I believe, me wiggle around, possibly. Let's try to get this back into focus. Focus. To be able to see, me turn that little piece of metal in there. And so what we're doing here is that's already hooked in to so we push it straight back and it hooks into the actual actuator, and then it's going to turn it just like the way the lock cylinder would if we had the key or we properly picked it open. And that's going to, again, pull these two locking collars in, releasing it from the shackle, and the shackle will open. So if we hook this correctly, and we just didn't there, it slipped to another interior piece. We go in, we hook this right, and yep, see, it's moving that little metal piece down. So if I pull that, I should move both of these in. And I just had to put a little bit of pressure on top just in case, and we got that open. So yeah, so as you can see, when I twist it, it pulls those pieces in, because we literally, that's what we did. The way the actuator works, let's see if I can get this out of here, because this is where things get tricky. The way this thing works, let me first get the tool out off camera. I've never gotten it permanently stuck in here. It's just more of like, although, you know, this is this stream. We did have to stop the stream midway because of stupidity with the internet, so who knows. Try to Get this guy out of here. Rescue squad. Rescue power. There we go. So what's going on here is you'll notice that these two, like there's one little prong that's connected to the cylinder, and then there's a bottom prong, and that's connected to the rest of the actuator. So what we've done here is we've taken that golf tip and we wedged it between the two, so that way when we rotate it, it pulls just both of them, just like the same way the tumbler core does. So I'll show it again. Put it all the way in the back, and when I turned it, oh, that didn't work. It caught right between the two. So we wedged that in there. I'm going to wedge that in there between the two pieces. Yep. And then as I turn, it it slipped. Rotates them and pushes them apart. Try to get this more in the middle and in focus. So we're looking all the way in the back up here where the straight part of the T connects to the top part of the T. And if I put this in at the right angle, it slipped. To wiggle it in there, and that's key because you have to like wiggle it in there also when we do the American lock. So it should hook on, except it's like fighting me now for no reason, probably because I'm at an odd angle. Also, again, these weren't designed for these clear plastic locks, but I was like experimenting if that works. There we go. So I hooked it on. So it's sandwiched between those two prongs at the top of the actuator here. And then again, as I turn like it's the key, it's going to move those two bits and thus work like how it normally will work with the pin tumbler cylinder. And come on, really? Oh, it slipped. But as you saw before, it disengaged the it engaged the actuator, pulled those locking pliers back, and opened the lock. I'm probably just going insane right now because the stream split. But that's, when we go back to normal camera, that's exactly what we're going to do here, except we're going to do it properly. Where if you look at the keyway, you will notice, let's try to hold it correctly up here, that the curve, and this is important to know which bypass tool you have. So I'm sticking the golf club at the bottom here, and you'll notice that the curve, this curve that when you look straight down, it curves a bit to the right. The bottom of the keyway also curves to the right, and that's how you line it up. So you angle it. I'm going to just do this so I can fit in. So it's in there. So the curve is pointing towards the left side, and that way I can push this all the way straight back. Now here's the tricky part, because initially this worked flawlessly, but what we're going to do, so now that you have this in there, it should go all the way straight to the back of the lock, past all the key pins and driver pins and stuff. And what you're going to want to do is wiggle it around and do some little twists, and you should be able to hear this slide into place. So hopefully we'll get that on the mic. So like when it's long out like this, that means it's not engaged. That wasn't it. Again, I've been having issues, and again, I technically ate before the stream, but I think I wasted all my energy trying to get the stream back up and running when we had those issues earlier. But yeah, it just like slid into a corner place, and again, I've been having issues, and I'm still trying to figure out what I did wrong here, or if this lock is just falling apart. But when I turn this, it should just open, and I kind of have to push towards the lock, and now it wants to fight me. And this is way harder to do when you're super hungry. So I'm going to wiggle that in between the two actuators. Hands are starting to hurt. This lock's also heavy, so after a while, whether I'm picking it or trying to bypass it, I have to eventually put it down because, you know, it starts hurting my hands, essentially. And again, I'm frustrated because I had this so it just like instantly did it and open. It literally did that up until last night. And I didn't change anything in the interior of this lock or whatever. So I honestly don't know what's going wrong with this one now. Yeah, my hand's already starting to cramp. Because that's the thing, especially with this particular, these 700s, these big ones, it takes a bit of turning force, not too much turning force, but definitely a bit of turning force to, let me try my other hand, to properly open this lock, because you have to fight against the spring tension here. Because I could feel it's on the cusp of opening, so I don't know what is going crazy with this one, because this one would literally just open on cue, and for some reason, starting last night, it does not want to do that anymore, and I honestly don't know why. And in fact, we're going to try something here, because I'm going to show you what it looks like on the inside. So we're actually going to take this one apart, and I'm going to try a little bit of something. See, that's how it normally pops. So you can hear and see that there. Makes this nice, solid shrink sound, and it's very hefty. That's what it sounds like when it's popped. And when we open it, you can see in here, even without the close-up cam, if I angle it right, there is a little screw at the bottom. So I'm going to push all these aside, and we're going to take the screwdriver here. We're going to also do this to the other one, and we're going to open it up. Opening it flat at the bottom. And when we screw it back in, the reason I'm going to know it's going to go in straight is because I tend to pull the screwdriver towards the lock body in the center. And that's how I know it's lined up straight. It's funny because we're going to get to the ABIS in a moment. And what's really hilarious about the ABIS is that when I was doing maintenance on it to attempt to get all of these bypass techniques to work, I didn't really do much there. Oh, okay, everything's coming apart. Yay. So that's the retaining pin in the front. This is the front little cover here for it. And now all that's left is up, and the spring just fell out. The screw just fell out that I unscrewed. And so all that's left is what it actually looks like inside. So all of this is just the lock body, the actuator, and the mechanism. This is the actual pin tumbler core. And if you've seen episodes of the show, you will realize that this doesn't look any different than those practice cores that I had where we were holding them and doing the tension. And literally, this is pretty much what almost every single pin tumbler lock, like this Master Number 3, it literally is this. It looks exactly like that in there, but because this is a hard body, I'd literally have to use a blowtorch or a diamond edge chainsaw in order to cut through this in order to remove it and see it. But if you have what's known as a keyable lock, it usually has a screw inside. We're going to get into that in a moment, and it just opens up like this. And you can kind of see the actuator in the back right there. So what we're going to do here, I really hope there was like a part that fell out that I didn't notice that fell out, is we're going to close it, and now it should be in its lock position. You can see that little back piece there matches up with the little back piece here as like a little like indent. And that's where they're sandwiched between, and we're trying to get the bypass in there. And just as an example, when I initially opened this and the wafer was on this little lock body, the solid side goes in on one side, and this little clear part goes over that existing prong. And so the wafer, and it's super thin, just fits on like that. And that's all it takes in order to harden these American series locks. I just dropped it, and cause it so you can't use these bypass without using that Peterson barge-in hammer technique. So what we're going to do, and I hope this works. This is honestly probably more killing the lock, so I might have to buy another one eventually. But I think what it is that basically there's not enough good lube in here. So like we did on the previous show, I'm just going to put a tiny bit. I'm going to attempt a tiny bit. Remember, my hands are kind of shot. There we go. There we go. So I just put a bunch of industrial mechanical lube in there. And we're just going to wait till it bubbles down. And while it is in there bubbling down, I'm going to, again, post a link into the Child's Play charity right here. We're almost done with the episode, by the way. You can donate $1 or $5 and be Hacker Santa to a bunch of really ill kids who suffered from physical trauma, disease infections such as COVID-19, domestic abuse of all different types, as well as physical or mental disabilities. Oh God, this is everywhere. Let me get some napkins. Even if you only have like $1 or $5, like I am, because I'm really broke, you can donate that. All the money, even if we don't reach our goal, goes to this charity, Child's Play, and to sick kids and stuff, and it's super awesome. I know it sounds like I'm not interested right now. It's more that I'm just being like, I'm going to try this technique and hope that this works. So now that we mostly have that, we're going to reassemble this lock. And so what we're going to do is this goes in on the side. So I'm going to put this in and make sure this slants over the side here. And then we're going to put the faceplate back on. This little notch at the bottom, there's a little notch that you can't see. You might be able to see it in the bottom of the lock there, and that's what this slides into. And if I'm huffing and puffing, that's because I'm kind of hungry right now. And in fact, because I kind of did this stupid, I'm not going to actually need to open the lock with the key, and that actually proves to me that the locking mechanism actually works. And it's also going to be an issue because let me make sure this is slanted correctly. It's slanted correctly. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the retaining pin in because that's what you're screwing into. And then you can hold this, but what I prefer to do is go up on the edge of the table and get it so that way it's completely flush flat on the table. And then we're going to put the screw in. That was weird. Hang on. Shouldn't have done that. Huh. Oh, okay, so it is in there. Okay, good. That was just odd. And now that this is flush, I'm going to take the screwdriver and we should be able to just screw it all the way into the bottom. Screw it all the way in the bottom, just like our careers during COVID-19. We're just screwing this all the way. Make sure it's in there, into the bottom. Nice and tight so it doesn't come out. And this is kind of, and I actually like that even if these edits don't work, even though this one did work a while ago. I do enjoy that you're actually watching me disassemble a lock, because I can tell you right now what some of the stuff we're going to be doing on the show. We are going to be doing, I'm going to be disassembling a lot of locks, and actually what you're going to be seeing me do is more what I call lockpick. Why is this not screwing in properly? Lockpick stuff. All right, let's take that all out again. You're going to see me do more locksmith type stuff where, sorry, my brain's dying right now, where we're going to be doing a lot of like putting together, we're going to be repinning. I'm going to teach you how to repin locks. I'm going to show you physically what security pins are. We're going to do some fun games by repinning locks. And this is kind of cool when you get a repinnable lock like this, because what that allows you to do is it allows you to, there we go. It allows you to take a lock, like you can take basically a low security lock, remove the core, dismantle the core, put a bunch of security pins in and new pins at different heights with the correct key that fits that keyway, then put everything back together. And so when you give it to like a lock picking friend, or like you want to do this for security and you can be like, ha 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 ha, they'll be like, oh, this is just some simple baby lock. And then they're going to try picking it and quickly realize, if they're smart enough, that this does not feel like the low-level security lock they were expecting, and that's because you completely redid it. It's kind of like having a tank that looks like a crappy Saturn or something. Okay, so I'm having a thing here where I don't know why this is not screwing in properly. Hang on. So I'm going to get a little quiet here, and I'll put it this way. The lube is not helping. It's helping the lock, but it's not helping the screwing, which is weird, because normally lube is supposed to help with screwing. But in this case, it's actually providing me negative feedback. So let's try this again. Okay. All right, that screwed all the way to the bottom finally. Okay, I just needed some concentration. Sorry for the quietness there. Let's get another napkin and wipe our hands, because you just use a little bit of WD-40 and it feels like you've just made a slip and slide. I kind of wish I had shop towels right now. So now that we've repinned that, we're going to put that in there, and hopefully now, and I know it's the right one because it's curving left, this should hopefully work on the camera. So again, with golf club down, fits the curve of the lock at the bottom of the keyway. We're going to put it all the way in the back. And then once it's in there, we wiggle it around a bit, and it should fit between the actuator, and we should hear or feel some sort of a click. Try that again. Let's actually do it. Another thing is I want to make sure I'm doing it at the actual angle here. So now it's back there. It's weird because, again, like I had like the technique down and everything, like for the past couple of days, and here comes the instant reward in 12 seconds. And then like literally yesterday, I was trying what I believe is the exact same technique that I've been using for this, and yet nothing seemed to work. And I have no idea why. But thanks to my inquisitive brain, I'm going to keep trying experiments and find out. Worst comes to worst. I mean, I'll put it honest, this lock is like in like the mid $20 range. I'll probably just get another one of these and dismantle them, because even if I have one that's like you can't bypass anymore, at least these are good like practice ones for picking. See, because the weird part is that before, I've also heard too, although it's from older videos, that the Sparrows one have a little bit less finesse than the Peterson one, so I actually might try to order a Peterson one next. No idea. In fact, I'm going to try an experiment that I normally have success with on the Avis. Is wrong key. Here's the right keys. We're going to go in. We're going to open it. Just want to make sure that I did everything right. Okay, so we're going to get all that in there, and we're going to relock this. So that's what I mean. I'm trying to figure out where exactly I'm going wrong here, because I got this working before when I did a little bit of lube on this. Thinking maybe I'm at the wrong angle here. Let's find out. Because what so frustrates me, I almost should have pre-recorded this, was that I had this working completely flawlessly for the past 5 days. And then it's like nothing. So I have no idea what's going on, and me being hungry does not help. And again, it's also probably my skill level. I probably screwed up somewhere or something. I just want to get this to open once, because I know the Avis one is the problem one. Like, for real, it is like a ginormous problem one, and I'm going to explain why. And whether we get this one to open or not, I will get into a bit on how, because it's not syncing all of a sudden, on why I have 2 American locks here of what seems to be the same type of lock or similar lock from the same company. Because I'm going to try to show something here. So wiggle it back and forth. God, this hurts my hand now. Should be a slot this slides into. Alright, my hands hurt way too much right now. My apologies on stream. Next year, what I'll do is I'll do the same thing, worst comes to worst, with a new one of these. And because I would have just done this, it will work from the beginning. But I kind of want to show something I ran into, because initially when I did this, I was like, oh, I already have an American lock that this bypass works on. I should just use it. And this thing is, it's just scraping in the back of nothing. There's nothing to wiggle in here. So I'm like, oh, I'll just do what I know to do, and I'm just going to open it and take the screw out. And then I'm going to take out the wafer. And then I'm like, where is the screw? And what's nuts is that it used to be all American locks, or almost all of them. Most of the ones you could get over the counter are rekeyable. Now you have to watch out, because for both of these lock types, they make keyable rekeyable and non-rekeyable ones. So this one just has a bolt and you can't change the core. This one has a screw and you can change the core and make modifications. So I thought this thinking, oh, I'll save money because I'll get this American 1100 and then I can use this for the bypass one. But it turns out this is only good for practice on picking because this has no bolt to take the wafer out unless I want to get the Peterson thing, which I might do in a future episode, and hammer all the way through in here. And I can actually take the shank and feel in the back here and show that there's like nothing in here. So that's why I got this new one. And like I have no idea why the technique worked twice earlier today for some reason. I don't know why it doesn't work now. But now we're going to get into the problem one, and then we're going to end hopefully on a high note. So the other lock bypass, and it looks very, very similar to the one we just used, is what's known as the ABUS bypass. This is the other golf club, or more accurately known as the ABUS 7240. ABUS apparently does not make these like over the counter and to easily order anymore, so I had to get this online. They had to send me a different one that has a higher shackle. And my issue with this is that I have no idea if it's because I had to do some filing on this. I also had to do lube on this to just get it through the keyway. So I don't know if it's I got another defect, or if they changed the manufacturing of these 7240s. But what's crazy about this, ooh, that's neat, I didn't know I could do that, is that when I'm looking at it, it seems like everything is just a couple of millimeters too small for the bypass. So while I can now mostly easily get the bypass in the lock, although you could hear it's some resistance in there, no matter how much I wiggle it or what I do, I cannot work my way into the actuator. It's too narrow and too thin because I've looked in this. The only way I've managed to get this working, what's neat about these ABUSs, and I got an orange just because I know I have a lock in orange, so it's easier for my eyeballs to identify, is that there's 6 pins, and sometimes they have security pins in them, and they're very, very smooth open. It's not really a click. I mean, there is a click there, but it's really smooth. It's kind of crazy. Is the only way I can get this to work, and I'll try to do this on camera despite me being super hungry, is to open it, which means the actuator is full open. And then I'm going to take this. By the way, I just grabbed the wrong one that curves to the left. The ABUS one curves to the right because the keyway at the bottom curves to the right. You are overkill on the picks, dude. If you could clarify that comment, I don't know if that means I'm using them too rough or if I have a lot of these. But yes, I do have a lot of these, and these are not even picks. We're looking at bypasses. So, but thank you for that comment, Britton. So what we're going to do is, now that we have the actuator wide open, I'm going to put this in here and we're going to slide all the way to the back. If I can do it this time. Why is everything giving me problems today? Come on. I want to have one good thing. There we go. So now I'm in there all the way how it's supposed to be, normally if I was able to wiggle it. And then I'm going to close it and I could feel it turn. And we're going to inch a little bit and we're going to see at what position that we can do. Oh, there it is, where it opens. So just imagine it's like in 2 parts here, where it's like this was closed and I worked my way in. And again, I had to do a bunch of, because another thing, and I could take this apart, but unlike the American lock, from what I understand, they bore the hole straight through the cylinder. So one of the big problems with these ABUSs apparently is that they have the same 6 holes on the bottom. And so this tool catches, because I tried also with normal lockpicks on the bottom, so I had to do a lot of that. Let's see. When I first thought myself, I went overkill on all my picks that I mastered the single fine pick. I got so much better. Well, again, we're not doing picks. These are bypasses, and because we're not dealing with the pins or anything, and yes, I also like my Bogota as well. Everyone's known as a triple peak. We have whole new issues with like manufacturing stuff, and this one is that everything's slightly smaller than what it normally is for ABUS, so I can't get this in. So imagine I just shove this all the way in, and then if I wiggled back and forth enough, I'd be able to get in the actuator, which unfortunately, because it seems like this lock is now manufactured way more, here's the keys, way more smaller than it's used to, I have to actually pre-open it. Take the right one in here, and get it all the way in the back and lock it in there. So now I'm in between the actuator. But thank you for hopping in. This is where I teach like lockpicking and bypass, and we're trying to raise money for the Child's Play charity, which I'm going to put the link in again. If you have $1 or $5 or heck $20 or $50 or $10 to donate, we're trying to be like Hacker Santa, where we're trying to get like sick kids like cool games and equipment such as ventilators and treadmills and stuff that Child Play donates to hospitals. To make these kids' entrance into 2021 a lot less sucky than it has been all 2020. So if you want to help or spread the word, please let that know. And if you have any questions, ask in chat. I love chatting in chat like I'm doing right now. Otherwise, keep lurking, keep learning. But now that this is properly between the actuator, I have to pull this back a little bit, but basically, yep, if the turn between the actuator, this whole thing works. So normally this would have been just a straightforward, straight through bypass, similar to how I was going to gloriously show the American one, except because everything is slightly too small, everything doesn't work. Now that my hands are a little bit better, let's see. If you get the Europeans, your picks, they tend to be about 30% thinner. Yes, we've covered in the past that a lot of American keyways, it seems like it's like this. It seems like a lot of East Asian keyways are like the widest keyways in the universe, and then America's kind of like in the middle. It's like wide but not super wide, and then European ones are thinner than both of them. So as I tell people when they do picks, if they want to do, it's not even just European cylinder locks, but high security locks also have this because of the difficulty of the paracentricness of the keyway and stuff like that, and smaller versions of the pins and parts and everything. You get 18th to preferably 15 thousandths of an inch in order to go through those. Another thing that we don't have on here, by the way, is that they make European versions of these drivers, and they're fascinating. They work with a lot of what are called European lockways. If you ever see a lock where it's a cylinder on both sides and there's a little plastic bit in the middle, that's a European-style cylinder, and they look very much like the ABIS and American bypasses that I'm just showing you, except they're a lot thinner and yet made with a different type of steel that's sturdier. And what you're actually doing is digging into that plastic piece in the middle and rotating that. So if the keyway curves left or right, you find that European one, you slide in there, tip down, and then you move that plastic piece and it engages with the actuator, pulls the locking pause, or which pulls the bolt in the door or the shackle, and the thing opens. So it's crazy. Southward makes great European ones. Thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. That defeats the bypass by using the key. I know about that, Darkest Night. Again, normally this would be, I would put the bypass in, wiggle it through, and then turn it and it opens. But I've taken apart this lock, and I could do so right now if you want. And I've looked into it every single bit which way, and the only thing I've been able to determine by studying it is that unlike past ABIS 7240s, and I don't know if maybe I have a defective one or whatever, but everything from the shackle to lock body to the actuator to the cylinder are all like a couple of millimeters smaller than I guess what they normally are, what they used to be. So just because, and this again is the actuator problem, because I can still put my lock picks and my tension wrenches in here and try to attempt to pick this open, 6-pinner with I think like 1 or 2 with I think 2 or 3 security pins, but because everything's slightly off, that means the bypass has a more difficult time working on this one now. Previously, when I took the wafer out of this one worked flawlessly, but for some reason now, I cannot win with this guy now. I did this twice. Oh, maybe it's actually in. It might actually be in. Let's find out. Nope, it's not turning properly. That's weird. I'm going to try hammering a bit in. For some reason, like this used to go like I'd wiggle it a bit, sink right back in, open it. I have no idea why this is not opening anymore. I'm probably going to have to ask my mentor what happened here. Did I get a defective model? Did I break the freaking lock by modifying it? Like, what the hell did I do? I probably did something stupid. Because usually when something goes wrong, I mean, there's a rare case, like, again, this 175 where there was a defective ring in it. But, like, every time something goes wrong and it's on my watch, I pretty much always take the L for it because it's on my watch, so that's what I tend to do here. So let's see. It was kind of working before. Let's pull this out slightly. See, because I can feel it move, but it's like resisting way too much. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, to be perfectly honest. And what confuses me even more is that if I try the same technique that I did with the ABIS, I'm getting like no feedback results here. Let's try it. Let's try it at this angle. Maybe it'll work. Maybe? Will you do this? Take it out slightly a bit. Nope. See, because I feel like there's something stuck, like the ball bearing or the shackle or something. Like, I'm honestly very confused and not sure. Taking it out bit by bit. Oh well. On a future episode of Master of Unlocking, I'll either have a new one of these or I'll fix the problem I did with this one, and you'll be able to see this on air. It was literally working until last night. I was like constantly, I was just watching like, you know, Twitch and D-Live videos, just, I don't know, maybe if I wore out the things, maybe I should get a Peterson one, I'm not sure. So we've covered every single thing, and we're going to end with one final thing tonight. And again, I'm going to post a link to Child's Play. Even if I'm not streaming, I hope people donate for this. And again, this is going to be the last Master of Unlocking for 2020. Like I'm going to bring up again, we're going to be back on December 3rd. And we're going to be doing what I was originally going to do today on New Year's for that. And it's still going to be super special. I can't wait for it. Someone asked, could the bypass be worn, or you may have gotten something stuck in it? That could be one of those two things. I actually think that maybe that by constantly trying to make sure this was okay, that I wore it out. Because again, if the angle's slightly off or whatever, apparently these bypasses don't work. I know why for the Abus, because again, everything is way too small. But for the American lock, I'm not quite sure. I need to do testing. And the problem is, as you can see earlier, I can only do testing for so long because these lock bodies and the shackle and everything are so heavy. So I can only do this for like a couple of minutes before my hands wear out on this one. And again, even if I have to get a new one of these because I screwed something over, I can still single pin pick these. So I can still put them in my kit. And like the more locks I have, as long as you can pick them open, the key works, I'm good. But I will have to investigate later. Also, I'm hungry. But I want to end possibly on a high note because I tested this earlier. And this is the last tool. This is something I'm going to eventually get. But our co-founder, G.I. Jack, gracefully let me borrow it along with his shank here because he likes stabby, pointy things. This is known as a mini gem. So there's a bigger version of this tool called a gem. It's the same head, but it goes all the way out to here, and it's designed, you can like slip it into cars and things like that. They basically chopped off the handle and added a little bit of rope just for grip and to ease to pull out of pockets. And they put this guy, and what this is there's a similar wider thing that's the size of a credit card called a Hall Pass or a Flex Pass. Sparrow sells these. This might be the Sparrows one because a lot of these look the same. Probably got it from a different thing besides Sparrows. Yeah, you'll notice there's these different notches out of it and various curves, and what they're designed are for doorways. This is designed for shimming doorways. If there's a wide enough space in the doorway, and depending on how the bolt's position, you can, let's say the bolt's here. Actually, let's use this screwdriver. If the bolt's here, you can clip onto this angle down. Like you can like slide it over so it clips down and then pull it with the curved side facing away from you. If the curved side's facing towards you, you can push in and push that back into the door and it moves out of the way. Or if you have a more narrow upper part, you can go in and then slide curve the way back, hook on it, and pull backwards or downwards. In fact, I've used a bootleg version of this with literally just, and this is why I saved these. I have a prepaid phone, and so I loaded up obviously with these like prepaid cards, and they're stiff, but they're not plastic. They're actually made out of a sturdy cardboard. So I just want to show, right now we're going to go back to the browser screen here. And I'm going to show you what I mean, because I showed this on a previous episode when we're talking about security stuff. So as you can see here, there's a wide gap in the doorway, and I'm using a lockpick there to show that the bolt actually can move. And what I've done is I pulled in the door slightly, so the bolt's already slightly in. And what I do is I put the card around the edge so it's over the door hole, and then I can actually open the door. You can actually, I'm going to reload that and see that again. So again, that bolt is stuck there, so you can actually move it because there's a wide enough gap. And then I've taken the prepaid cards. It's not even the Slim Jim. This is just a stiff piece of cardboard. I push that over the hole on the other side so that it can slide over the hole and thus the door opens. And that's in general a principle how this works. Now I'm going to do something kind of nuts here. There's another door in this place. It's one of the rooms or I'm going to go and I'm going to use the Slim Jim. Now, I'm going to tell you here, because you won't be able to hear me, I don't think. I might be able to yell in the hallway, and you might be able to faintly pick this up, but this is going to be mostly silent. I'm going to go the close-up cam. And what we're going to do is we're going to go inside. I'm going to turn on the lights so everyone can properly see. And I'm going to close the door. And my plan is I'm going to use this side. I might use this other side if things don't work, because that seems to be the pattern today. But I'm going to use this big old gap here. Now I'm going to go in at the top, and I'm going to kind of slide it around so it hooks because the curve is facing away from me. Then I'm going to pull back on it, and that should slide the bolt in because I'm going towards the curve, so it wants to slide in. And then that should be able to push the door latch completely in, thus there's no latch in the hole, and the door should open. LL reminds me when I got a bit of a shit a couple of years ago. A kid at a local shop was locked out of his house. I carded his front door for him. His dad stepped in for a week after and was highly suspicious of me. Yeah, that can happen. It's also why we introduced the show earlier, because I know you just dropped in. We try to. I'm a member of TOOOL, and even though this is not sponsored by TOOOL, the Open Organizational Lockpickers, you can find them at TOOOL.us. That's TOOOL. Let me type this in here. https://T102030. That's TOOOL at 3 O's and L.US. And you can go there and find all the stuff. I'm again also going to put the link in here to donate to Child's Play, because honestly, even if I get a $1 donation tonight, I will feel that despite my frustration with the American Lock. Even though everything else worked, the American Lock's frustrating me because that was working flawlessly like a day ago. If I get a $1 donation, I'll feel a lot better about myself. So there's the link. If you're in Twitch, you can scroll down. We have a widget for that. I know you're in England. It might be different laws. It's perfectly fine. Thank you for sending a lemon, Britain20. That honestly made me feel better. I understand if you can't donate if you're from overseas. Check the link out just in case anyhow, but I do appreciate that. So thank you. Also, I know that if people are broke, that's why I'm saying if you have $1 or $5, because I'm broke too, because we've had people come in, there's people have donated like $20, $50, even $100 in the past, but I know times are tough, and they're tough for me too, hence why otherwise I'd have way more equipment out here to show you. I'd be like Bosnian Bill, which is buckets of crazy stuff, or Lockpicking Lawyer, although I'm nowhere near the skill of any of them. But as I said before, so we're going to I'm going to get the close-up cam, because it's mobile, and you won't be able to hear me, so I'm going to tell you my attack method. We're going to go into the room up here, and it's my own. It's a room that we own. I've given myself permission to do it. It's not even using a public space or anything. It's entirely a private room because there's enough of a gap where you're going to see me go from the top and then use this gap space in the mini gym, kind of like how I did with that plastic cardboard, except because there's this curve notch out. I'm going to grab the door latch and I'm going to go towards the curve by going up, down, and pulling backwards towards me, and that will push the latch because it's going towards the grain of the curve into the door, and then the door will be able to open. So unfortunately, you won't be able to hear me. That's why I'm going to bring all this up so you get to watch this like really fun slideshow thing. Actually, I might play some hype music during it and then stop, and then I'll wrap this up, and then because we've gone to midnight. Thank you for everyone watching past midnight. Holy crap! I know bisecting the stream sort of did that, but I'm going to play some quick music because you won't be able to hear me, and then I will say the goodbyes. We'll go right to stream if you're on Twitch, and yeah, that will conclude the last episode for Master of Unlocking in 2020. I'll give you a loan 2001. Who's the lock maker? That is, you might be able to recognize the doorknobs when you see it, but that the lock I'm going to demo on is classified. Just think of it as John Q door bolt and lock and handles. So that's all you really know about this. But the principle we're looking at is the latch system for the bypass. So here we go. So I'm not going to be able to read the chat for a minute or two, so I'm going to run into their room. This is going to be fun. In 3, 2, 1. There we go. Let's get the electro swing off, even though that is a fun category of music. And that is how a door bypass works, particularly the mini gym. So, yeah, we covered a ton of bypasses, even though we got stuck on what was supposed to be the super easy one. Just to go over here, covered a wide range of bypasses here. We covered, I can actually show this one right now if I remember where I put here, the clear lock. We discussed how bypasses, we're not dealing with any of the pins, tumblers, or anything with the pin tumbler core. We're dealing with the shackle. We're dealing with everything else, the door itself, the bolt, the actuator, the locking poles. And in this case, in terms of this shackle bypass, we are putting these little shackle shims here to push the locking pole out of the way so that they retract in and the spring tension will naturally open the lock body nearly instantly. We have covered here, let's see, on, where did I put the container? We covered warded locks and how they were kind of like that first exploit using the warded tryout keys, aka the warded bypasses, where all 5 heads to use on the actuator is so common that it defeated the whole purpose of the lock, and this is why pin and tumbler locks, one of the many reasons why they're used a lot more, even though warded locks are still around today. We covered the shank and how you can actually manipulate the actuators individually in here, especially for simple locks that only have one-sided locking pole. We took a decoding tool, and instead of using it to decode the different wheels, we showed the technique of if you insert it at the right way, at the right angle, and you know what you're doing. Keyword is you know what you're doing. Why isn't this going in properly? Is it on this side? There we go. Left side here. With the right amount of pressure and a little bit of know-how, you can instantly bypass any lock that has a cloned Master Lock 175, which is a common clone body. We looked at 2 different bypasses that kind of worked. One because ABIS, it does work, but this one happens to be too small. The other one is a big mystery. It was working before we started this live show, and I have to do more testing on it. And then we got to exploit the even more than we wanted to the Master Lock number 3s and its clones for the Master Lock bypass, where you engage both of the locking poles at, let's see here, at this, come on, why did that get stuck? What did I do? Hang on. There we go. Where we engage the locking, both locking poles at the same time. Oh, come on. Am I really having that much of a Murphy's Law show tonight? Of course, I have to end 2020 on this sort of note, right? Where we engage. What is going on here? It's the right lock, right? Yep. Should shut up until I get this right. There we go. Both locking poles at the same time, and Master Locks and clones pop open, unless similar to these shackle shims that they are made with ball bearings, where even the crappy Master Lock number 3s that you can buy today have ball bearings, and that technique doesn't work. And then finally, we looked at door bypasses with the mini gym and what you can even do with a simple piece of cardboard like we showed earlier. I'm going to read the last bits of chat here. Nice. Have you tried to do rotor code locks yet? We have done decoding. Let me break that lock. We did an entire episode, a couple before. You can find us on YouTube for that past episode where we did using the decoder tool and a bunch of other techniques, including ones where you don't need any tool at all to decode wheels. There will be more future rotor decoding stuff. I also, I guess to tilt up and kind of finish things, I always finish on the Master Lock number 3 and picking. Yes, great for the confidence. To some degree, because I also know that, like, again, I taught 5-year-olds how to pick for this. But just a quick look. Again, thank you for the show tonight. We're going to go and we're going to look to, if you're on Twitch, we are going to raid a channel and hope that the internet didn't die like last time. I'm so bad because I had a good amount of viewers, and then for some reason everything just decided to fail because I invoked the 2020 demons. Let's see what we have here, different channels. But while I'm looking for this, I'm going to go over some stuff we're going to do next year. So again, we do Master of Unlocking the first and third Sundays of every month now. The next episodes will be in 2021, kicking off the new year literally 2 days later on January 3rd. We're going to have a cool episode for that. It's going to be really casual and not quite what you expect, but it's if everything works out correctly, which surprisingly normally does, except for this episode on the show. I think you'll really enjoy this. And then we're going to have, I'm going to be ordering new stuff, and hopefully on the 17th of January next year, I'll be able to show you what we've been working on. I'm going to detail some of the stuff that we've covered a lot of things. I've taught basic pin and tumbler lock picking on here. I have taught the basics of security pins and how those work. We looked at 2 mystery locks, one that we got open, one I'm still doing experiments on. We went through different types of locks. We covered an entire Hope and DEFCON virtually on all of the crazy lock stuff that they oh, there's some weird streams tonight, let me tell you. And just so many topics. My favorite is honestly, it's with particularly Master of Unlocking. I can't even pick a favorite episode because, as cliche as this sounds, it's kind of like trying to pick from like all of your children. I honestly would not know what we would what would be my favorite episode. I just really like when we have physical meetings again, and we're still going to be live streaming stuff. I'm still going to continue Master of Unlocking. We're going to continue a lot of the shows, but what do you call it? It's like I just really like teaching this stuff. Like, again, even if I fail, as you saw on here, at least, like, for example, the ABIS one didn't fully work, I explained to you why it didn't work. Like, that's, like, to me, even if I'm not here to look like impressive god, lockpicking lawyer, deviant, Olm style, those shout outs to them because they're amazing folks and they've taught me a lot and helped me a lot. That's not my goal here on this channel. My goal is not only to teach people online, like what I do in person at like tool meetings and DEFCON 201 meetings up here in New Jersey, New York area, but I'm also here to learn myself on ooh, that's neat, on how things are to learn myself and to further my own skills as someone who does lockpicking stuff. There's a lot of really cool crafting stuff going on. Dear Lord. Let's quickly look in science and tech real quick, and then we'll decide on the stream because I don't want to keep everyone here for long. But let me tell you some of the ideas. I don't know what days they're going to happen on, but I'll tell you what's coming up, and I'm going to read in chat. It's interesting, no need for competitiveness unless you're a badass. Sometimes I'm badass. My hair is usually a badass because it's terrible, but yeah, best talking about... Beats talking about celebrities. Yes, we can totally agree with it. I did not know she had a Twitch stream. What the heck? I know she had a YouTube. I didn't know she had a Twitch. Okay, we're rating this person. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open this another window and hopefully nothing crashes. We are rating this person's stream because I cannot. Why didn't they tell me they had this? We want them back next year. They spoke at our convention. They've spoken at our meetings in person. Because we've been around, DEFCON 201's been around for 3 years. So I'm excited, but I'm like kind of mad because I'm just sort of like, well, how did I not know that this person had this stream? I'm kind of mad right now, like, but in like a happy, fun way. So I'm going to set up the raid here as you look into the abyss of my crazy hair. So future episodes that we're going to work on. I've been been trying to get a whole dimple lock set because, as you know me, my methodology, if you're new to this program and new for like tool stuff, is when there's a new lock body system, I try to prioritize getting a clear lock version of it. If not, I tried to get a Dremeled lock or try to create a Dremeled lock, which is something that I'm learning, so you can see all the insides. And then I try to get that. I try to get the tools you would use to bypass and or pick that lock type, kind of like what I did now. These are all going to be parts of my training kits, and then I try to get 1 to 4 locks of that type. going from beginner to intermediate, in my opinion. I try to do that. So, for example, like the dimple lock, the disc detainers, I have a clear disc detainer lock. I have two different dimple picks, disc detainer picks, one that I'm trying to repair. And then what I'm working on right now is I'm trying to get at least two padlocks, one really easy, one a little bit more difficult to work with, and that will get people to educate. And I've done that with everything. I've done that with pin tumbler lock, security pins, all sorts of things. And also, which we covered on an episode, Chicago style locks, aka tubular locks. I'm working on a dimple lock set for this. I am working on an automotive episode. It's going to happen where we look at automotive wafer locks, including actual automotive car wafer locks that were like scrapped from junkyards. I'm working on the courage and the knowledge to pick a multi-T lock. I'm going to finish off the distitator locks. I'm getting two kits from Sparrows that I've been wanting for a while. One is the Sparrows Reload kit, and that's when I'm gonna teach how you repin a tumbler, and you're gonna see me repin those. And then when those are done, because I have to spray paint them beforehand, and I'll explain why I'm spray painting them. That will go into my training kit for in-person teaching. Because those will be good intermediates. And I'm also going to do another version of that, but it's going to be for master wafering, and I'm going to teach master wafering and sort of the math and logic behind that. I'm going to be interviewing more people from different parts of the lock world. You're going to see people that are like, lock famous, and you're going to see people that you may have never heard of before, but they're going to be famous in your heart because they do absolutely amazing things. We're going to learn creating. You saw the DIY pick episode. I'm going to be teaching how to create proper picks. And what's so great about this is a lot of these subjects I have not encountered before, so I'm going to be learning them in between these programming, and also learning new stuff on the stream and learning stuff up to the stream. And it's just a lot of the stuff is stuff I originally wanted to do in 2020, but never mind. Like, even when I had money, the COVID stuff, and particularly the U.S. Postal Service, first between China and now with everything, was an utter disaster, which is why I hate the general United States government forever. And but yeah, a lot of the stuff I wanted to do in 2020, and I'm going to be kicking a lot of this and a couple of new stuff in 2021. And even when we go back to in-person stuff, I'm going to still do Master of Unlocking. There will always be a new lock that I'm buying that I've never encountered and go for. Or there's a new person I want to bring on the stream. And I don't know how long Master of Unlocking is going to go for, but it should go pretty far because this is like a big hobby passion of mine. I just love teaching it. Also, a really quick thing. I actually tried to do this last year, but again, COVID and scheduling. You're also going to eventually see, whether remotely or especially in person, people on the show where I'm going to teach the basics of lockpicking, but you're going to see people and I'm going to kind of interview them. You're going to see gamers. You're going to see burlesque performers. You're going to see civic workers. You're going to see a lot of people who think this is cool, but they've never picked a lock before. And so even though it's just going to be the ye old basic pin and tumbler picking, I get to kind of interview this person and pick their brain, and you get to see someone for the first time do all this stuff, and it's going to really matter to them. It's going to be great. Yes, and that's another thing is eventually, I don't know when next year, but we are going to do safes. In fact, I wanted to do safes in person. So even if I show them on the stream, I'm probably going to save that where I can do it both in person and on a live stream. So that's going to be cool. So yeah, I blagged too long. We're going to go raid this person. Thank you for watching tonight, the last episode of Master of Unlocking tonight. Again, I'm just going to one last time. Wrong thing to copy. One last time, I am going to post, where the heck is this thing? I'm going to post the Tiltify donation link. Even though I get notifications on air for Tiltify on this, even when we're not streaming, I love to see donations for this, because we're gonna be doing Hacker Santa all the way until January 2nd. So the day after New Year's, whatever money we got, it's all gonna go to sick kids and make their intro to 2021 awesome. And I can't think of a better way to end out the new year, other than with all this misery and chaos going on. So that's Master of Unlocking. I will see you. I'll see all the fans, all of you key pins and driver pins, next Master of Unlocking on January 3rd. I will actually see you again if you follow my other show, Crypto Barons, which we examine blockchain technology as technologies. That will be on the 26th at 8 p.m. this Saturday. And we're going to be covering, for the last episode of 2020 that year, since 'tis the season, we're going to be covering religious-based cryptocurrencies because, yes, they exist. It's going to be a hilarious yet exciting and informative episode that I hope you learn a bunch and bust out laughing. And I can't think of another better way to end 2020. We also might have another Hack All End Commander, which is Crazy and Retro Hacks by End Commander, Wednesday 8 p.m. If not, we have another special that I can easily do that will be really neat. And then on the 24th, this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, these are all Eastern Standard Time, by the way, G.I. Jack, the other co-founder, has a show, Arch Vile Linux Perspective, and I'm not going to spoil what Arch Linux thing and what game he's going to do, but it's not only going to go out with a bang in G.I. Jack style, but it's also going to go out with revenge on something that he wants to correct that. And then, real quick, thank you, Britain 2020, for following us on DLive. I promise I'm going to stop blabbing in a couple of seconds. Just one last thing. From the 27th to the 30th, once we get the times in German, we're going to be live streaming, reacting at least for an hour each day. The Chaos Computer Congress that's happening remotely normally happens in Germany. It's going to be all online. And just like with DEFCON and Hope, you're going to see our reactions from that, or at least my reactions every day of that 4-day con. And then I'm glad to announce that on the night of the 30th, night of the 31st, that's a Thursday, going into New Year's, DEFCON 201 will be involved in a capacity, including visibly on stream, not only on this stream, but for the big New Year's Eve party that DEFCON core itself, actual DEFCON, DEF space CO, and Jeff Moss and the goons and stuff. We are going to be one of the features on there, and we have some really fun, cool things that we'd like to interact with you on there. So stay tuned for those announcements. Again, you can find all that information that will be posted in the next couple of days at defcon21.org, and you can also click on our blog for more up-to-date. You can also find up-to-date stuff on our Twitter, which is defcon201nj, or follow us on any of the social media. We're on Instagram, GitHub, hostducks.social on Mastodon. We have our own Onion instance that we're upgrading, all sorts of stuff. Anyhow, let's go raid this stream here. I'm going to stop blabbing. I'm just so happy. Thank you for watching Master of Unlocking. Remember, do not pick locks that you don't own, and don't pick locks that you rely on. Hack the planet. Dirty Jersey represents. And I will see you, if not on Crypto Barons, or the New Year's Party, or the Chaos Computer Congress. I will see you in a new year of Master of Unlocking, January 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be safe, and hack the planet. Enjoy the music on the outro.